Honorable members, I call upon the Premier to report on the Liquor License Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Liquor Act 2019, Mr. Speaker, was discussed in the committee stage. Amendments were made. Mr. Speaker, and I report that we got up to page 22, section 42, subsection 3. And Mr. Speaker, we moved that the motion during the committee stage that the discussions be discontinued under section 5712 of the standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, I report to the House that we now have other areas to discuss, many more areas to discuss in depth. So I report to the House that the bill has been amended thus far up to page 22, section 42.3. But we have to do further amendments and deliberations, discussions, ventilation of the remaining clauses of the bill, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I report to the House the proceedings of the bill thus far, and this is the verbal report. The written report saying the same, and also the way forward will be done so that it can be laid on the table of the House on the next sitting. With the report, special report, which is basically what is being reported to the House now, just to be put in writing, so that it can be laid on the table of the House in the next sitting. And from there, Mr. Speaker, based on the standing orders, once it's laid, then we would adhere to some other rules of the standing orders so that we can complete the bill accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, I report to the House that this is the current position of what has been done thus far with the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Okay, honorable members, the Premier has reported that he has requested.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. The Premier has reported that and moved the motion that the Liquor License Act 2019, the deliberation be halted and sent to a special select committee. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The Liquor License Act 2019 is now sent to a special select committee of the whole House. In addition to the special select committee, the House will be requiring a report. Okay.
We'll be preempting the House. So the report will be laid and then we'll make the necessary arrangements.
So in a further amendment, we will have a report laid to the House first, and then we will proceed from there after having a report on the Liquor License Act 2019. With that said, I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some amendments to the order paper, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to have number 6, item 6 on the order paper removed, which was a questioning because you would know, Mr. Speaker, and we all know that we agreed that it would have moved up, Mr. Speaker, from the 9th sitting. Those questions were on the 10th sitting. So just in terms of housekeeping, we will have to remove number 6, delete number 6 from this order paper. It would have been number 7, sorry. It would have been number 7 because we had made amendments already. And then, Mr. Speaker, the new 7 now, which is 6, if I'm not mistaken. The new 7 now, which is, the new 6 now is what we're doing with the public business. So, Mr. Speaker, on that, we would have completed the 1, 2, and 3, not so much in that order, but with the first, the gaming and betting would have been completed. The Immigration and Passport Act, also the Advanced Passenger Information Act, and now the Licensing Act, Mr. Speaker. So now, Mr. Speaker, for the public business, which is really 6, it was amended to be 6, so 6.1. I now move, Mr. Speaker, that number Roman numeral 6 become Roman numeral 5 to 8, sorry. It was 8? Yes, because that was end up to be 8, sorry. So public business is 8, not 6, sorry. Public business is 8. So under 8.1, Roman numeral 6 will now become 5. Roman numeral number 6, because we already done do the first 4.
Yeah, honorable members, why don't we take a 3-minute recess? The House is in recess.
Number 6 will become, Roman numeral 6 will now become Roman numeral 8. And then everything else will follow. The, yeah, the bottom one. 6, the old 6 becomes 8. Let me say it slowly. The old 7 becomes 9. The old 8 becomes 10. The old 9 becomes 11. And the old 3 becomes 12. So let me repeat it again. For the new 8, which is public business, the old 6 becomes 8. The old 7 becomes 9. The old 8 becomes 10. And the old 9 becomes 11. So let me read it one more time. Mr. Speaker, the old 6 becomes 8. The old 7 becomes 9. The old 8 becomes 10. The old 9 becomes 11. And the old 3 becomes 12. Because before, public business was number 7, but that was already changed to 8 from before. 6? Was 6 or 8? Yeah. The public business was changed to number what? 6. All right. Well, that's all we have it. So the public business now was changed to 6. So for the new 6, everything else remains the same what I said before, but it's a new 6. So for 6.1, which says government business, 6 becomes 8, 7 becomes 9, 8 becomes 10, 9 becomes 11. I think that's as clear as it could be, so I move the motion.
Honorable Premier, are you not also deleting number 7?
Huh?
Are you deleting number 7? The question and answer.
Yes, that was already moved. That was already deleted.
Okay, that
A
was
motion was already deleted to delete the section of the question and answers.
moved. Okay. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, there seemed to be some misunderstanding in terms of the numbering between the clerk, who's keeping check, and the premier. I think if we want for completeness to get this correct, we need to get this correct because we can't move forward unless it's correct. So there seems to be
I
some
don't
misunderstanding.
understand. On what basis are you saying that there's confusion?
There was an indication there was a misunderstanding. That's why I'm saying that. In terms of the
Yeah,
numbering.
but both parties consulted and we now have it together.
Mr. Speaker, it's not
number
right. Let's
number it is.
let's regroup and get it right.
Honorable members, this House is now in recess.
Anything else?
Please be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. I now call upon the Premier and Leader of Government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were able to walk out the kinks, so I thank everyone for that. We're only human. So, Mr. Speaker, now in terms of the full accuracy, public business was changed to number 6 prior to today. So, Mr. Speaker, now that that is cleared, we were able to dispose of 7 items under public business. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to go to the original Roman numerals now and move a motion to make the amendment now that the public business, which is number 6 now 1, the original 9 will now move to 8. The original 10 will move to 9. The original 11 would move to 10, and the original 12 will move to 11, and the original 6 will move to 12. I think, Mr. Speaker, now we have it perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the first one was 6 moving to 8, you said, Premier?
The original 6 moved to 12.
6 moved to 12. Okay. Honorable members, the motion has it been seconded?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion before the House is the renumbering of the order of the day, and we're now dealing with the order for the 9th sitting, whereby 6 becomes 12, 10 becomes 9, 11 becomes 10, 12 becomes 11, and 6 becomes 12. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so renumbered. With that said, I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government's business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 3.1 of the Virgin Islands Recovery and Development Agency Act 2018, number 1 of 2018, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Premier or any other minister to whom the subject for recovery and development is assigned, with the approval of Cabinet, shall consist with the purpose consistent with the purpose of the Act, be responsible for developing and further reviewing the Virgin Islands Recovery and Development Plan hereinafter referred to as a plan, which plan is for the recovery and development of the Virgin Islands following the disasters affecting the territory in August and September 2017. Whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that the plan so developed shall be laid before the House of Assembly within 60 days following its approval by Cabinet, and it shall be subject to an affirmative resolution of the House. Whereas the Cabinet, in exercise of the powers conferred on it by Section 3, subsection 1 of the Act, by Memorandum number 206/2018, approved the plan on 10th of October 2018, and whereas the said plan was laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 11th day of October 2018, approved by the affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly on the date aforesaid, and whereas the review of the plan contemplated by Section 3, subsection 1 of the Act includes addition, removal, or modification of projects in the plan pursuant to Section 3, subsection 6 of the Act. And whereas on 26th day of September 2019, the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands, by a Cabinet Memorandum number 297/2019, reviewed and the said plan approved a revised recovery and development plan. And whereas the plan was supplemented with specific processes, structures, and framework in the form of a borrowing committee and a recovering steering group to strengthen its implementation in the context of renewed partnership between United Kingdom government and United Kingdom government and the government of the Virgin Islands, GOVI, based on the principles of collaboration, cooperation, communication, and consideration, agreed United Kingdom government and government of the Virgin Islands to add value to accountability, transparency, and good governance. And whereas the revised recovery and development plan is laid on the table of the House of Assembly on 17th day of October 2009 and is subject to the affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly. Now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the revised recovery and development plan laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 17th day of October 2019, and the said revised recovery and development plan is the Virgin Islands Recovery and Development Plan with effect from the 17th day of October 2019. Be it further resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the establishment and institutionalization of the Borrowing Committee and the Recovery Steering Group. Mr. Speaker, as you all know, the RDA, as you have heard from the resolution, was created before this administration's time. And Mr. Speaker, the plan was already approved. But upon taking office, Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that we recognize is that the plan, Mr. Speaker, not only included recovery, but it also included development. And Mr. Speaker, there are certain duties that have been devolved to government over the years, Mr. Speaker, that when we saw what was happening in the plan, we realized that those were basically taken away in indirect way, those duties of the ministers in some respect. Mr. Speaker, we are fully supportive of the need of the RDA at this time, but we had to relook the plan that they were given and put the plan only to deal with the recovery aspects, Mr. Speaker, for the most part. And Mr. Speaker, one would recognize that we have been moving them along, especially at this time with the CDB loan fund. They have been doing quite a number of projects that they have started and many others to come on stream that has been going through the RDA. And Mr. Speaker, we're still in negotiation with the loan guarantee. As of late, you would have heard reported to this House that although we were told that we were wasting time going to the United Kingdom, we were welcomed in the end by coming on the end of the year by having them to listen now to what we were saying and recalculate and calibrate how they're going to deal with the ratios. So we were able to get some more borrowing power and room by having the ratios calculation or the formula that will calculate it adjusted significantly. Mr. Speaker, we are also in discussions with some other areas at this time, Mr. Speaker, because we want to make sure that when we do sign off and take the loan, Mr. Speaker, it gives us the room to do the things that are needed, not only now with the recovery per se, but alone, but the recovery to allow us to strengthen our economy. It cannot just be business as usual in terms of just trying to put back things as the way they were. They have to be more stronger, and also to make sure that we make sure the right projects are being done to help our territory rebound much faster. Mr. Speaker, given that based on the provisions in the Act, we also have to come and make sure that we get these approved. We also, Mr. Speaker, since we were the ones who are going to have to be looking about it, we also put together a borrowing committee and a recovery steering group. And Mr. Speaker, that is to help keep the work of the RDA and the government of the Virgin Islands focused. And also a borrowing committee on it, Mr. Speaker, where we also have the leader of opposition, or if he so chooses, to have his designate on it. Because if it is we have to pay it back, then we should be the ones to negotiate the loan. And Mr. Speaker, we did this one and set it up in such a way, Mr. Speaker, that it allows for us to put the purpose of the people in front and put the politics behind, because this would be loans or a loan that will be paid back long after we have left office for some of the things that needs to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of areas that we wanted to fine-tune and walk into this with our eyes open, so that, Mr. Speaker, saw that we took out a lot of the development aspect out of the plan and revised it down to the recovery section. And Mr. Speaker, the Act allows us to revise the plan whenever we see fit to. So if there's need and we see fit for need to get certain other areas done, well, we'll have to do it. And also what we wanted to do with the RDA is that has a finite time. And we wanted to make sure that the skills are transferred to our people, Mr. Speaker, of the Virgin Islands, because there's no secret about it that one of the areas as the leader of government business and that we have been pushing in this government is to push the good. Yeah, this one didn't get used yesterday, so this supposed to be battery's supposed to be good. Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. The battery in the mic went down. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is also put in the transfer of skills and knowledge as a heavy part of it. Also in the plan, Mr. Speaker, when it was approved originally and even with the CDB loans, there was a certain threshold of what local contractors would be able to do. But with the CDB loan and with the new RDA plan, we expanded it to make sure that the amount of money was increased of what local contractors can be the only ones to be given a chance to tender on. Because when you take out a $65 million loan from CDB, you cannot afford as a territory, especially now that COVID-19 is here, to have contractors come from all around the world and get those jobs, although it's difficult for us to say who will get the jobs. But at the same time, too, we are renegotiating to make sure that as many local contractors as possible will get those jobs, Mr. Speaker. We can't dictate who the local contractor will be. That would not be transparent. But it also would not be prudent for us to be leading and not renegotiate. Even though we're in the process of renegotiating with CDB right now as we speak, for the area solely being that we want to make sure that we wanted to make sure that they take in consideration the COVID-19, because that wasn't factored in and no one saw it coming. And we want to make sure that even if a company from abroad comes in, Mr. Speaker, that they already have partnerships created with the local entities here in the Virgin Islands. So all these areas are changes that we have made, Mr. Speaker, in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. So I'll allow the debate to go, Mr. Speaker, as we come to crystallize the approval of the plan of the borrowing committee and the recovery steering group, Mr. Speaker. So this House approved the RDA plan originally under the last administration. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to make any amendments to it or adjustments, we have to come back to this Honorable House. We laid it on the table already. Members have had it in their possession from the time we laid it on the table from last year in October 17th. So, Mr. Speaker, we so move, Mr. Speaker, for this motion. And, Mr. Speaker, I put it on the table of this Honorable House now for debate. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion on the floor is for the revised Recovery and Development Plan. Motion has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honourable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to speak for too long on this issue, Mr. Speaker, on this, because the records of this Honorable House would show from the time the birth of the RDA came into place what my position was. However, Mr. Speaker, that is on the record, but once it is passed into law, then it is laws that governs all of us, including me, as a territory. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, the guidelines and the stipulations listed in the high-level framework that guided and helped to enforce or bring into enforce the Recovery and Development Agency, Mr. Speaker, was off. Even after amendments were made, Mr. Speaker, it was still off. And my position remained the same, to go against it. Then, Mr. Speaker, now that the Premier is the Minister of Finance, I think given now, even though his position was for it at that time, given now the understanding and seeing what all entails, I said to him the other day, he has sat where I have sat, but I have never sat where he has sat. So given all that it entails and the restrictions that the plan, the framework, and the legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we passed in this Honorable House, or that was passed in this Honorable House, it was prohibitive and suggestive, Mr. Speaker, in a number of ways that continues to put in the minds not only of the people, but if it is a document that came through negotiations with the former administration and the United Kingdom government. The language, Mr. Speaker, suggested that we, a country that is 60 to 70 plus years old, a country that was left as a bird sanctuary, a country that no one thought anything could come out of. A country now, Mr. Speaker, that despite the hardships, the turmoils, the storms and events of 2017, and even, Mr. Speaker, dealing with this COVID-19 virus, this country, Mr. Speaker, is still one that continues to be envied by our partners, by our neighbors, by persons throughout the world. And now, some place that was left for birds, everybody wants to pick at, and everybody wants a piece at. And Mr. Speaker, we have everything to be proud of because we persevered as a people, as a Virgin Islands people. We built this country on the shoulders, on the sweat, blood, and tears of our forefathers. And yes, Mr. Speaker, while we are not perfect, or they have not been perfect, and even the men and the women that stood in this Honorable House before, and those of us that sit here now, Mr. Speaker, are not perfect. This is still our country, this is still our land, and we must ensure that we not only protect our land, but we promote the fact, Mr. Speaker, that over the years we have overcome. And we will continue to overcome, Mr. Speaker, because it is not about any single or individual one of us, Mr. Speaker. It is about all of us. And, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but always referring to the foundation from which this territory was built. A foundation and a principle, Mr. Speaker, that while they didn't have the education, while they didn't have a whole lot of collateral in terms of money, Mr. Speaker, what they had was a faith. What they had was a confidence. What they had was a trust and a belief in God. And a wherewithal to know that with hard work and dedication, Mr. Speaker, we built what we see here today. And, Mr. Speaker, even after the storms and hurricanes of 2017, we know what presented itself, Mr. Speaker. We know there's only a difference in terms of how many body bags were on the ship, Mr. Speaker, but the fact is that the ship came with body bags to take dead people away, Mr. Speaker, but it was the hand of God that protected this territory. And we have an opportunity once again to build it back. Even through the COVID-19, yet again, Mr. Speaker, had the Lord spared us thus far. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us, and maybe I'll sound like a broken record, but I must keep singing this song and saying these words, Mr. Speaker, until it hits home to us. That this country, Mr. Speaker, this territory is ours. Those of us who, whether you're born here, you grew up here, you live here, you come to live here, Mr. Speaker, once you are here, once you are contributed to this territory, it is our territory, and we have the right to protect, promote, and provide, Mr. Speaker, for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, it is high time. It is high time, Mr. Speaker, that we ought to not only say that we're going to police ourselves, but, Mr. Speaker, move in the direction that we are. Not only speak about accountability and good governance, Mr. Speaker, but start to do it, Mr. Speaker. There are young men and women in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, on both sides of the aisles, who not only have a passion for people, but they have a passion and a love for this country. And, Mr. Speaker, the buck stops at leadership. It begins and it ends with leadership. And we have to, Mr. Speaker, yes, we know what exists. The Honorable Premier and the Honorable Fraser and Vanterpool, being the long-standing members of this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, have been here in terms of years longer than any of us, Mr. Speaker. But what is important, Mr. Speaker, is each and every one of us were elected the same way, by the hand of the people of the Virgin Islands, the power of the people of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And none of us are above any other one, because we were all elected the same way. And we have a responsibility to each other and to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, to not just say what happened in the past, not just look at what happened in the past and point the blame at who did what, Mr. Speaker, but we have this opportunity to start to correct some of these things that were done wrong, that we see are wrong, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to see, Mr. Speaker, and hear that the Premier stated in his opening remarks that even though he was one that voted for the RDA and the development of the RDA, now that he's seen it, there's some corrections and adjustments to be made, and he is making them, Mr. Speaker. And that, Mr. Speaker, I believe is a step in the right direction, because it is a part of us. It is a part of our laws, Mr. Speaker. Now, how do we use the law? How do we use what exists to help us? How do we use what we have or what is on the books, Mr. Speaker, to help us? We have the ability to make the amendments. We have the ability to continue to negotiate the terms and the conditions of these loans. So let us do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been a number of projects, and are still a number of projects. I was perusing the RDA's website over the weekend, and I think there are about either 10 or 11 projects, I could be wrong, currently, Mr. Speaker, that are out for bid right now, from east to west and north to south of this country, Mr. Speaker, of this territory, through the CDB loan facility. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a mechanism that one of the things in the RDA and the framework that I did agree with, Mr. Speaker, is about the fact that we needed to be transparent and more accountable, Mr. Speaker. And the processes that are set within the RDA, I've had the opportunity to have some meetings with them, even in the last administration, and even so far, Mr. Speaker, in this current 4 years, or this current term. And the level of detail that they go through, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that persons are able to qualify for and bid, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I was fearful for is that all these requirements that were listed, it will be outside the reach of our local contractors and businesses and business owners. And now I see, Mr. Speaker, where under the interim CEO, Anthony McMaster, there are efforts pushing, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that companies and contractors, local contractors, get a piece of the pie, Mr. Speaker. And not only that, is also an encouragement for some of the bigger contractors to join and partner with other local or smaller contractors or businesses so that they can develop and be able to qualify and build this territory, Mr. Speaker. That was one of my main focuses of this whole ordeal with the RDA. Don't tell me that because we got knocked down, you're going to allow and create written pieces of documents and policies and statements that puts the rebuilding of our territory out of our own reach. Mr. Speaker, the history records that if you leave something for a board century, all the board's supposed to be here. But I thank God, for, Mr. Speaker, for the eagles that were left in this territory. The eagles that had vision, that had the discipline and the direction to build what we see now. And even after the hurricanes, yes, we appreciate all the persons and agencies that came to help us start the rebuilding project, Mr. Speaker, but this is ours. We have enough and more than enough educated men, women, and young children in this territory, Mr. Speaker, to build 2 or 3 British Virgin Islands. We have the wherewithal. We have the resources, Mr. Speaker, and I am glad to see now that under this review that we are moving in a direction that shifts the focus back to our people. I'm glad to see that, and we will go through it in detail a little bit more in the committee stage, Mr. Speaker, but it is important for us not to just object, Mr. Speaker, but to always challenge what is presented in front of you if you don't agree with it. And if you don't agree with it and you challenge it, come back with something else, Mr. Speaker. And it seemed, Mr. Speaker, that when this thing came up, we were just willing to accept it because that's what they say at the time. And I can never and will never live down, Mr. Speaker, that day, whether it was in October or November, listening to my fallen comrade, the late Honorable Dolores Christopher, and when she said, "We are quick to say, yes, sir," as in yes, sir, end quote, without looking, Mr. Speaker, into ourselves, into the developments that we have been able to achieve, and say, "No, sir, this is what we are proposing." While we hear you, while we respect what you're proposing, we have the ability to do it, Mr. Speaker, and it ties into the fact that when you look at the things and the achievements that we've been able to undertake on the last sitting, the Premier honored and recognized Dr. Robert McTavish, who has been the father of the Financial Services Commission. Not just the Commission, Mr. Speaker, but the father of Financial Services Commission in terms of his global reach, in terms of his ability to mentor young persons and bring them in and help them to understand that this thing that was developed, we can control it. And he hired persons, Mr. Speaker, and I must say, Mr. Speaker, when I moved home back to the territory in December of 2005 from being in the States, I was first hired by Mr. Matavius and the Financial Services Commission. And one of the things that he said when they called me back, but I eventually took another offer. One of the things that he said, and he instilled in Honorable Penn, who I know had that working relationship with him, that challenged me and gave me encouragement, Mr. Speaker, is that my 3 months probation would not just be probation. It would be training. And that's one of the things that he focused on, Mr. Speaker, training to become better at not just doing your job, but to understand the holistic approach of what the financial services industry meant to this territory. So I recognize persons like Mr. Matavius, recognizing persons throughout this territory, honorable men and women that stood in this house and helped build this territory. Mr. Speaker, we have what it takes. And we've always had what it takes, even if we don't have all the money. we still have enough to get to where we need to get to. This territory called the Virgin Islands is a blessed territory. Yes, there have been times that we have squandered and not managed the resources properly, and even underutilized, Mr. Speaker, the most important resources, or resource, which is a human resource. And when I see, Mr. Speaker, I used to brag about coming in 2015. Today is June 23rd. The exact day, 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, when I was sworn by the Honorable Speaker and Madam Clerk, who's there, into this Honorable House to represent the people of the 2nd District. But I brag, Mr. Speaker, because I was then the youngest elected member. And I look across the aisle now, Mr. Speaker, I'm considered old. Well, she won't call me old. I don't think she would. She would just say I'm older, because she's an English educator. My honorable colleague and territorial at large Minister for Tourism, Shari Di Castro, who is now, I think, 28 or 29. Leading, Mr. Speaker, standing in this honorable house and leading, being one of the leaders of this territory. We have what it takes, and we've always had what it takes. You go to sports, Mr. Speaker. Just call any category in this territory or in the world that exists. And you could put a BVI lander, somebody that lives here, from here, come here, up against anybody else. And we can make it, Mr. Speaker. And we can make it because we have the courage to make it. I'm going to use my word, the Premier took it up now. We have the fortitude. The other night he did this. We have the corazon, Mr. Speaker. But more so, God, Mr. Speaker, we have the will. We have the will to determine where we want to go and how we must get there. But, Mr. Speaker, it requires us also to be disciplined. And discipline, if I was to give the definition of discipline that I subscribe to the most, is simply delaying one's gratification. Letting the lesser, the things that I want, the things that I want, Mr. Speaker, die. So that the greater good, the things that we need to survive and to thrive, that those things would live, Mr. Speaker. Discipline is simply dying to self. The work that we are in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, as servant leaders is just that. We are servant leaders. And Mr. Speaker, the greatest example that we have of a servant leader is that of Jesus the Christ. So as we, and if we model after those principles, which were not so far-fetched, and which were and are the founding principles of who we are as a people, Mr. Speaker, we will always remember that with God all things are possible. And if we have the discipline to encourage and to correct each other, Mr. Speaker, not for our own glorification, not for our own edification, but for the betterment of this territory, Mr. Speaker. And if we have the courage to challenge the norm, because as we know in this territory, the things that continue to face us or come before us, they keep changing. A lot of times it's the same player, but they just keep changing the goalpost. But we have a right, Mr. Speaker, if we're willing to stand on the shoulders of giants, looking in my own district, Mr. Speaker, a man that stood before me in this seat for 5 terms, Honorable J. Alvin Christopher, he didn't do it because he was just that good. He did it because people saw something in him that keep putting him back here. You look at persons like the late Ivan Dawson, a family member of mine. You look at those persons, and though they be not perfect, Honorable Ivan Dawson carried the principle of integrity. He said what he had to say, and that was it. The men and women, Mr. Speaker, that the people entrusted to lead this territory. The men and women, Mr. Speaker, that are leading businesses and industries within this territory. And Mr. Speaker, I will never forget, because I was once there, still am in my mind, the young people, the trailblazers, Mr. Speaker, who are running their own path and creating their own lanes, but contributing to the development financially, socially, and morally, Mr. Speaker, with their ingenuity I said the word wrong. Help me, educator. My mouth getting dry. I'm going to use my grandfather word, them smartness. Those, Mr. Speaker, not only, as we say, are the future, but I believe that now generation, that if it's not for us, Mr. Speaker, that we build it and continue to build it for them. Mr. Speaker, I pray and I hope, in the words of the entrepreneurship quote or poem, that we will never bow to any threat or cower to any master. Because this territory, Mr. Speaker, is one that is ours, and we have to grind our teeth and fight and do the things that are necessary, including, where necessary, cutting our own behind and putting ourselves in order so that we could continue to lead and be leaders throughout the world, that when people hear the BVI, they won't just see the glory, Mr. Speaker, but there are those of us that will be willing to tell the story of how repeatedly, through the challenge, through the test, and through the storms, how we've continued to overcome. We can't do it by ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We have to do it with God on our side and depending and forging ahead with one another. So, Mr. Speaker, I end there in terms of my contributions for this. Again, I am never fearful or scared to challenge anyone, nor am I ever fearful or scared to applaud anyone when they are doing what is right. Not only what I believe is right, Mr. Speaker, but what is right. And I want to applaud the Premier for taking this second look, because we all have second chances and third and fourth, and I get 1,000 of it. But I want to applaud the Premier for taking this second look, and this second go at restructuring the Recovery and Development Agency and Plan, and putting it, Mr. Speaker, in a way that would, for the term or the time that it's supposed to be for, that it will be a benefit to the rebuilding of this territory and the institutions and infrastructural development of this territory for another 50 to 70 years. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contributions. Having seen no one else indicating to speak, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Malon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As customary, I rise just to give the members of the opposition a chance to speak. I know they're eager to speak and they need a little encouragement. You see? There you go. There you go. They need an encouragement, so I rise just to give them that encouragement to make their contribution to their resolution in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very brief contribution on this resolution before us. And I think the resolution seeks to formalize the process of the amendments that were made to the Recovery and Development Agency vis-a-vis the plan. Speaker, this RDA has been met with much trepidation, much controversy. It's been the subject of many debates, much debate, and there were some epic debates in the House when we actually passed the RDA bill. But the reality is, persons have a right to their view. It's a democracy, and a democracy respect persons' opinion and respect their viewpoint. That don't mean we're disagreeable or we against anyone or any initiative, and that's the hallmark of democracy. The debate process, the process of going through the process and ensuring that all sides are heard, and ultimately the majority makes the decision on the way forward. So we're here now, and I want to commend the move to make the amendment to the plan, because it's always been envisioned, and it was part of a heated aspect of the debate, that there needs to be the ability or the flexibility to make adjustments where necessary as it relates to the work plan of the RDA and how they wish to execute the program of the government. Because ultimately the RDA's program is the government's program. The RDA don't, or by statute, is not responsible for developing their own program. It's the plan of the government and the government's plan and what they wish to execute. And we are here making the adjustments now, and I want to further along in the discussion. I think if we have the chance, I think the affirmative resolution, we don't have a chance to go in committee, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be mistaken. I don't think we have a committee session on this. It's just a matter of the debate. But it would have been nice for us to have that discussion on the adjustments that were being made so we could understand in its fullness the new agenda or the revised agenda of the current administration. But be that as it may, it is what it is. But I'm also too encouraged in terms of our direction, because one of the things that was heavily debated was to ensure that there was some type of knowledge transfer, skills development, and continuity as relates to the works that will be executed by the RDA. I'm happy to see that we now have a local director. Is it director the term used, Premier? It's local CEO of the RDA in Mr. Anthony McMaster. It shows that, as the member for the second rightfully appoint and articulated, that we have in this territory. We've always believed that, and it was one of those arguments that was prevalent during the committee stage of the RDA bill, ensuring that locals, where the capacity is there, where the ability is there, and where the opportunity is, should be appointed to key positions. I'm happy to see that Mr. McMaster is appointed to the head position, albeit acting. I'm also happy to see that we have some movement on a lot of those critical infrastructural projects that were funded under the $65 million loan program, which was approved into law in 2018. I think it was November or December 2018, if I'm not mistaken. It was 18. I could be wrong. Well, whatever the date was, I think it was somewhere about between 2018, I think it was 2018 is when we got that loan for the CDB. So it's important that that project moves, because we borrowed that money now 2 years. And we had, we drew down some $15 million that's been in escrow, that's been sitting there, that we've been gaining interest on. So now that we see it, we're seeing movement, that's a good sign. And a lot of the field infrastructure that happened after Hurricanes Irma and Maria is only by the grace of God that a lot of those things have not fallen worse or created some havoc for us as a territory. For instance, the infrastructure, the highway going towards the east, where you see those wooden barricades. You'll be, if you happen to just look over and see what is happening underneath the road infrastructure, you wouldn't drive on that road. So these are things that I'm hopeful. I haven't yet seen any of these projects let Minister of Transportation. But the RDA works on instruction and guidance and collaboration with the ministry. And the ministry has a responsibility to push the agenda to ensure that the RDA gets those projects moving. So I think we all have a responsibility, even me as the district representative, have a responsibility specifically with those projects that are in our community to ensure that we agitate, to ensure that the RDA functions, not in isolation as a government upon itself, but functions in the best interests of the people of this territory, functions in the best interests of the taxpayers and infrastructural needs that it was set up to establish, to execute on behalf of the government and the people of this territory. So we have to get those things moving, and I'm happy to see that some of them are moving. It's a good sign. And I'm happy to see that our people are the ones placed in the position to execute those work. And that was always the position when the RDA was established. There was a threshold that was established of some $2 million. At the time when we were debating, we all believed and thought that that was too low. And we were told, and the discussion was that we would get that adjusted with the regulations and the procurement process. And I'm not sure, Premier, if we were able to yet to establish a procurement process, the one that we were supposed to establish through the cabinet. I'm not sure if that was done yet. But the procurement process needs to be very clear in terms of where our people stand, in terms of ensuring that they are participating meaningfully in any project that they have the capacity or can lease the capacity to assist in terms of installation and execution. So that is important. I think that has always been the position. I think the 2 million threshold was there. There was a discussion to move it more closer to 10 or even on the higher end, where you can get the ability to bring persons where you don't have the capacity to do so. I'm yet to see that document, Premier. I'm hopeful that we're moving in that direction, and I know that you've articulated on many occasions that you're trying to move in that direction. But in terms of the development, it's just not just the development of the personnel in the RDA, but the development of the personnel on the ground in terms of the contractors, the small, as we call them, petty contractors, who need to develop more capacity within the organization and start thinking along the lines of not just a minister handing them a job. But they have the ability now and this competency or the ability to get the staff to support their business to be able to bid on any job, whether it's in the government sector or in the private sector. That is a level of capacity that we need to build amongst our professionals, or engineers, or architects, or contractors. All that level of capacity needs to be built, and I'm happy to see that there's been a series of training being conducted by the RDA to be able to develop that capacity within the local contractors and professionals. Unfortunately, when I see those trainings being conducted, you see the same faces. I think we need to figure out how to make our people aware that these things are available, encourage them to participate. It is in their best interest, because reality is gone are the days when you give out, Public Finance Management Act dictates, when you give out contracts the way that they used to be given out. You now have to have a certain level of structure within your business, a level of wherewithal and professional expertise to be able to execute certain projects. And it's good for the taxpayers, because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers of this territory that are paying back for these monies that we borrow, that are paying back monies that we use from our current expenditure to ensure that these projects are executed. And we need to ensure that we get value and the projects are executed at the highest standard. And I must say that many of the projects that I've seen done so far by our local contractors through the RDA, through the CDB loan process, even before the $15 million loan program that was executed, you see a high level of standard, a high standard in the workmanship. And I know that that's a standard that we need to maintain and keep moving forward. So I want to encourage our local contractors. The RDA is going to be around for another couple of years, I believe. Based on the legislation, there is a 5-year stint unless the House decides to extend it. I don't know what the Premier's intent in terms of that extension, but in the interim, I believe that we need to, as much as possible, build the capacity, help our people to get to where they need to be in terms of capacity building, so they could prepare themselves to be able to participate, not just, like I said, in government-related projects, but effectively in the private sector with the development that is going on currently. So we need to get on with the recovery of the territory. I'm encouraged by this movement. I'm encouraged by, like I said, the execution of this RDA CDB program. And one of the areas was the sewage. And I heard the minister made a statement that by the third quarter of this year, you said, Minister, if I'm not, I don't want to misquote you. I hate misquoting. So I want to say it well to your face, so you could correct me quickly. The third quarter of this year, that the project will start in the Eastern Isle community, and hopefully the one in King Garden will get started as well. You know, there's a lot of talk about Eastern sewage money and who say why and who, what this and that. My proponents and opponents use that as a battering ram during the election. They're still trying to use, I don't know, they're trying to win another election off of that topic. But we're here, we're moving forward, and one of the things that in the discussion on that project and that transfer of funds is well chronicled. I could speak all day on that, but the reality is that the monies are in this CDB loan money for the sewage because I insisted, agitated, a member for the second and I were vehement that monies were placed to ensure that those projects continue, that those projects be executed, as well as the repayments that started from the ports. Some $2 million were already paid back for that money that was transferred. I don't know when that payment schedule will restart. It stopped after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. But the facts are the facts. We're all entitled to our own opinions, but the facts are the facts. The monies are there in this project. in the $65 million project to execute that project. And I'm happy that I'm hearing now that's in the third quarter. I am happy now that I'm hearing that there's more money coming from TRC to continue that process. And I'm hopeful that we could continue to get the monies that were loaned to the Port Authority to continue to make sure that that project is executed to the highest standard, so that the people in my community, the Eastern Island community, I call it my community because they're all our community, they're all people, get the relief that they need. There's no separation between Fat Ox Bay, Eastern Greenland, Hope Hill, Paramtong, Beef Island, and they're all the points in between. They're all one people, one community. They all suffer the same. They all have the same concerns, and we need to ensure that that project is executed. Government is a continuum, and what we left off or what didn't get completed has to move on, because it's the people's business. We are temporary. We are transient. We're transitioning as politicians, as leaders of this country. You know, we have to ensure that we do what we could do the time that we're here to make sure that the lives of the people of this territory is improved, that we create a better situation for our people going through the process. So now it's your turn to move the torch. Member for the 7th, my district counterpart, you sit in the cabinet. I expect you to agitate and advocate to ensure that this money is forthcoming for the people of our community, to ensure that we get the support that we need to get those ailing issues fixed once and for all and bring some relief to our people. I'm not going to play politics with this issue. It's too important to our people to continue to play politics with it. We need to get it fixed. We need to have it addressed. And we need to move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I promise I won't be long, but I'll wrap up there to say that RDA, the plan is, the adjustment of the plan and the discussion with the plan in the RDA is a step in the right direction for us to ensure. You have hands now, Mr. Speaker. Hands are jumping up left, right, and center. I'd like to do, I'll play my role very well. To ensure that the people of this territory get the right and best infrastructure in terms of recovery. Many areas we're still recovering from hurricanes or Maria. I want to encourage the Premier and the ministers who are responsible to agitate to the RDA. As I said, all of us have a responsibility. The road infrastructure issues that are currently funded, we need to try to get them going as soon as possible. I am really concerned that we could have a catastrophe if many of those roads aren't addressed based on what is happening underneath. And we see the concerns, and that's why there was an urgency to get the funding for those particular projects. And I believe that we need to move with post haste to get those issues, those particular main road issues on the Blackburn Highway, the Drakes Highway, addressed as soon as possible so we could bring some comfort and relief to the people of our territory. And I look forward to more discussions as we relate to this RDA, how it's functioned, how our people could participate more. I want to again encourage our contractors. Once we started the discussion, the Premier talked about the committee he established for funding, to seek funding, to discuss funding for these initiatives. We need to ensure that our people are participating meaningfully. It is here, it is the law. It's going to be the law for the next 2 to 3 years. We have to make sure that our people participate. I mean, we have to respect each other's viewpoint on this. It's a democracy. And not because persons have objection or disagree with approach. They have the right to that disagreement without us being antagonistic towards them or towards their point of view. We need to be respectful in all the points of view. And I always protect that in any democratic institution. So I look forward to further discussions on this, but for now I'll rest as it relates to this resolution. I support the amendment. I support us moving forward and getting the RDA moving. I thank you.
I thank the member for the 8th District. I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corvin Malone.
I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to lend my support, give my support, and pledge my support to this resolution. It's very critical, and we've come a long way on this because, Mr. Speaker, once you're around the House of Assembly or the Legislative Council, whether elected or not elected, enough, you know that there are certain things, even when the resolutions are short, is when they could lead for more issues and debates and so forth. But it is critical because there are a number of people who, from time to time, will tell you, you've said the same thing over and over. We heard you. And why are you going there again? Because, Mr. Speaker, unless you close the chapter, because there's 2 or 3 different ways of looking at this, because I explained the concept of look out. I don't have to go there again. But the whole concept, and I would like to put it on the table, that, Mr. Speaker, everyone knows what Nike manufactures and what Nike sells, yet they spend billions in annual promotion. Everyone knows what KFC does, yet they spend millions. But this is not about promotion. It is about the heart and soul of our country. And I had to step out. I had a number of engagements I had to attend to. So unfortunately, I was not here when the Premier put this motion on the floor. But I can bet you I know what all he said. Because it is a 16-month issue that we've been dealing with. And to even reach this far is very telling. So my very learned friend, leader of the opposition, my family member, cousin, I will never deny him, he speaks glowingly as to what all he likes to see and how it is moving, who is at the helm, what they are doing. But how did we get here from there? And how did we get there? Becomes a particular story, because it's a long day of coming, it's a long journey, and we may be in the middle of it. Maybe in the middle of it. But it's a long way from the end also. Lest all 13 of us come to the table and say, well, look, because there was a pledge, we are not going to play politics with this. We've heard about the 8 million, we've heard about this, we've heard about that, and so forth. But may I just say that these are still on the table? Because yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we read from item number 10, flagged by the Auditor General, as to some of the very issues, item number 9. Audit issue number 9, flagged by the auditor, as it relates to the same $8 million that the honorable member is behind us. We're far from the end, because we still have to deal with some of the stuff that the very auditor moved. And when we look at the 2016 report, you'll see where it is flagged and where it's going. But we cannot stop there. We have to fix this on the move. We have to refuel this plane in the air. The resolution itself speaks of certain things which, if the lion don't get its own historian, the hunter will keep telling the story how they want. They said that the original plan was laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 11th day of October 2018. which is basically 11 months from when the high-level framework came into play, and is approved by an affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly on the day aforesaid. The records of the House, and those who were there, and those who could remember, will point out, and I think this is parliamentary language, this is probably around the same time that all hell broke loose across the aisle. There were members who kicked up, pranced up, danced up about what was involved in that. And might I add, November, December, January, February, 4 months later, we had an election. Might well be and argued for other purposes. But this was in the center of it. 4 months later, people were being fired. People were being transferred to other sides. This October 2018 might well be forgotten, but it was the, what is it called, alpha. It was the beginning. It was the start of a number of discussions which we are still ongoing. They said and whereas the review of the plan contemplated by Section 3.1 of the Act includes addition, removal, or modification of projects in the plan pursuant to Section 3.6 of the Act. And whereas on the 26th day of September 2019, another 11 months or 12 months, basically after this October month, the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands, the Cabinet, by Cabinet Memorandum number 297 of 2019, reviewed that, and the said plan approved a revised recovery and development plan. Now, the other one, of which we will all be pleased of what has started, what continues, is in the other section, the other paragraph, and members could be well informed. And whereas the plan, this is the new plan, passed by the Cabinet on the 26th day of September, was supplemented with specific processes, structures, and framework in the form of a borrowing committee and a recovery steering group to strengthen its implementation, and in the context of a renewed partnership between the United Kingdom government and the government of the Virgin Islands based on the principles of collaboration, cooperation, communication, and consideration, agreed the UK government and the government of the Virgin Islands to add value to accountability, transparency, and good governance. That paragraph should go down in one of the legacy projects or the legacy statements of none other than the Premier of this Virgin Islands. We talk about legacy building. That paragraph right there, read every word of it, and there's a story behind every word of that. Because when he started, and how did he start? Basically, we have heard the story before, but you've heard the story of Nike and you still listen to the commercials. Only Honorable Member Vincent would not know what Nike sells. Everyone else knows what Nike sells. We had storms. Forget about, well, sorry, you can't forget about it. We had the ones before, August, rainstorm. September, storms. We now have pandemics, catastrophes. And we went, as we said, for grants because we need funding. Just like how Bahamas, you may not hear of their plight. I said yesterday, but I'll say it again today. But they have to be hurting because you need trillions of dollars billions of dollars at least, in order to get that damaged country up to even where it may have been before. They will have to go to IMF, to World Bank, to a number of institutions to seek to do this. So too did we. And when we look at this, Mr. Speaker, we look for grants, just like the British is consistent, because even in their own businesses, they tell the businesses, we'll give you guarantees to get loans so you can do recovery on some aspect. But with this pandemic, because of the heightened nature of it, then we hear of billions of dollars being allocated for the sustenance of residents and businesses, economies, because they must be made to stop the slide downwards. Mr. Speaker, the framework, high-level framework for the guarantees for these loans speaks of certain aspects that we have to come into stead with. It speaks of the Auditor General being reappointed or appointed, because one left in disgust, one came as a result of the intervention of the British. Storms came, he left, and then the other one had to be reappointed. The one that left in disgust had to come back. Several reasons. But Mr. Speaker, it speaks of getting that in order, getting the cash statements in order, getting the reporting aspects of the country in order. But it also speaks of the development of a recovery and development agency. It speaks of a trust. It speaks of the formation of it, where all the funds, be it from loans, be it from bequests, be it from a series of different sources, including any excess of operating income over operating expenditure, had to go into this trust. It doesn't exist because I could pull this document. Into this particular fund, so that the Recovery and Development Agency can have access to these funds. It was specific as to why this was, because in the development or in the formation of this Recovery and Development Plan, from the repair of the facilities in Gun Creek or the pier in Anegada to the westernmost tip of any roads to be repaired on Jocelyn Dyke, and anything in between had to go through this Recovery and Development Plan. This is what was fought against in 2018 by some of the members opposite, and they could not support it then, I believe. They could not support it now. They could not support it there. They could not support it here. They cannot support it anywhere, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, we had to look at this and have it revised, because a number of those projects, and all totaled, was upwards of some, what, almost $1 billion? $1 billion. And none of it, government, you look in terms of the operating activities of the country, and the RDA, through the Recovery and Development Plan, will look at everything else. Leave it to us. So we had no choice. And if you think the Premier was hawkish when it comes to the pandemic, you should hear him when it came to this Recovery and Development Plan. he led a delegation to the UK to speak of, it was not only the protocols for effective financial management, but how can we look at this whole recovery and development plan? How can we look at the other areas that will be affected by this? Because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, left alone, then we wouldn't have any other purpose in which we have to do this. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to be mindful in terms of where we go, because what I would say is that when you're in the middle of a storm with the devastation that Irma and Maria left, hurricanes, Irma and Maria, because we don't want to put the blame on anyone named Irma, anyone named Maria. Hurricanes Irma and Hurricane Maria. When you look at the devastation and you come out your house and you see it, if you don't have faith and trust, you would believe that there's no way back from this. So if they want to, because when you went up for grants. So you reckon, well, throw in everything and let's get grant money. The very same authors of the recovery and development, the first recovery and development plan, said, they will say in silence, behind some banana trees, that the plan was hijacked. It was a plan. It was to go and get grants, but they never in the wildest dream thought that it would be to the level and form a part of an overall, quote unquote, plan of action. Because when you look at this, Mr. Speaker, and the thing is that this cannot be looked at in terms of who is grateful, who is ungrateful, because that has its own story. And I think that we had demonstrations, we had representation as to why some of these things cannot be allowed for us, for our people, because as is noted, I take daily the advances that we've made, not only from 1949, because I always tell you that there are people who have worked for the reinstatement of the Constitution from before 1950. There are people who have worked for the determination as to whether or not we went into the West Indies Commission, yes or no. We are people who have worked long and have worked hard. And when they got in the 1950s, we are reaping the benefits. We are adjusting landholding license. We are adjusting hotel aids ordinance. We are adjusting a number of signature legacy building legislations that were developed between 1950 and 1987, 1988, 1990. A number of them, all we can do is adjust them because they were well thought of. When we look at the Public Health Act, the Public Health Act is a well thought of act that we are using today. We have adjustments to make. They were made in 2011. The whole concept of infectious disease notification, the concept of a number of the other acts and so forth. So when we look at this, when we look at what is to be accomplished by this, it doesn't by itself tell the story. It doesn't by itself tell the story because the efforts that went into it, Mr. Speaker, the efforts that went into it must be heralded as being those of foresight. And I'm telling you, the Premier said yesterday, well, if you accomplish, and he called every other minister and every other backbench and every other member except himself. But if he take the glory for it himself, then he'll fall down. That's what he said yesterday, wasn't it? Yes. He went through and he shepherded through, but with all of the members. Because we remember when we were going up and we said, well, look, we have to look at this whole issue of the high-level framework and the stipulations of it, and we cannot spend your $400 million because it will take us in violation of the ratios in the protocol document, and we can only adjust it to where we have confines of 100, 110, $115 million in order to stay within the confines, because if you go outside of it, you have some little words but are heavy. Other measures and mechanisms can be enforced if you go beyond this. Those who say yes can say no. So if you say yes, you can spend it. You can say no, we can't wait for you to get back into it anymore. And here now are the other measures that we spoke about back in 2019, back in 2020. So the invitation to spend the money, get on with it, is not an invitation by itself. We have to be mindful, Mr. Speaker, as to how it is. So in the document, in the resolution that is brought before us, we are mindful that that plan, which says it was supplemented with specific processes, structures, and framework in the form of a borrowing committee and a recovery steering group to strengthen its implementation, and in the context of a renewed partnership between the United Kingdom government and the government of the Virgin Islands. The reason why the $350,000 man left, he said that when he came here, he signed on to spend $1 billion. So if you're going to confine him to 110, 115, then there's no place for him. There is no place for him. And when you look in terms of the other folks that we are proud of in terms of coming in and taking over, if there's anybody to be proud, it can't be more than us. Could it be? Because we made sure that the place was made for him, for them to be a part of what we are taking care of. When we look at the repair of the school, for instance, this was part of the plan, but we would still have been out of the school, out of touch, and no place for the students to go, save for the fact that they had to have 2 shifts out on the road and damaging all with this. We did not see the pandemic coming, so of course we have this to deal with now as we speak. So, Mr. Speaker, as we look in terms of making sure we maneuver our way through, half the story can never be told in any one sitting, but as members come forward and selectively forget how we got here, although we are moving forward, although we must get the country fixed, we will have to come to grip with this. Here now is the problem. We have assigned this plan. We have put $115 million from the funding so that we do not go above the borrowing guidelines. Then came the pandemic. We have our economies like each and every economy in the world, of which we have to supplement. Whether it is with fishing and farming, whether it was in helping to pay some bills, whether it is help to pay some rent, like every other country in the world. Read the reports from everywhere. We would have a faster turnaround, I would believe, because we have sailing the British Virgin Islands, the other 18-hole sport. This is a golf game that everybody who sails want to play. Sailing BVI, the other 18-hole sport. Well, who here plays golf? When you have a hole in 3, White Bay, Great Harbor, and you can sleep in a little harbor. Hole in 3. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have the sailing waters that are envied throughout the world. So we have to get and keep places like the moorings with the doors open. You have to get economy rolling, yes. We have a pandemic that's in its height. Look at other places. Be informed. Where would our tourists come from right now? Dominican Republic, Florida, New York, Italy, Germany, UK. Let's give you a free trip to any one of these. And let's see, we could have it reverse also. Let's give you a free trip to any one of these. So we have to look in terms of what it is. Yes, we have to live with the world event. But the fact is that at the end of the day, when we come and we speak of we must, Mr. Speaker, get the economy rolling. The cruise ships just announced that they will not start back in July. They'll start back in September. Now, we can't force them to come because if I offer a free trip, in fact, this is the golden time to offer free trips on cruise ships because nobody will take it. I wouldn't have to spend the money. Nobody will take it right now. You must take it between now and December. Nobody will take it. And it's for a reason, not because we're not downplaying them, but they have varied and valid concerns. When you look in terms of where advertising for our main industry is, we have this coming up. When you look at the other industry, financial services, we talk about economic justification, economic substance. In terms of it, we have all of these places that will seek to come here. Where are they coming from? China began to lock down again. Hong Kong is locking down. Singapore we have issues. It's not of our own making. It's not of us. It is throughout the world. And if you want to add to those with respiratory issues, then the Saharan dust is here. Hopefully the swarm of lotus doesn't make it across the big pond because they're eating up Africa. The lotus is eating up Africa. So we have so much trouble in the world. I heard sounds of an earthquake, and I told my wife, well, look, hold on, this one sounds big. But I don't know, I have never heard an earthquake so loud with no shake. But I can't be comforted by that because I said, west of us, shaking, east of us, shaking. How long before we shake? I heard it last night, and fortunately, what I heard, if it had come in a shake, that was a big one. That was going to be a big one because it was loud. It was loud. So, catastrophes, whether from nature, whether from pandemics, whether from the others, are going to be a part of what we are going to be faced with. Our economies must be adjusted to meet them. We have said over and over that in order for us to accommodate our people we had to get some facilities in place in order so that if you were to get sick tomorrow, the rapid test, not a rapid test, but we have a 4-hour result PCR test. We don't have to wait on the rapid test anymore because the PCR is more reliable. It was told to us we have about 3,500 kits, the availability to test 3,500 persons today. Public Health England has been gracious to give us the machine to allow us to do this, the kits in order for us to allow to do this. So with the partnership with Public Health England, we have been able to build our capacities in a number of areas with the assistance and with the investment by our very own government. We have been able to put us light years ahead of others. If the Premier go and brag it by himself, will he fall down? He said us that yesterday, didn't he? It's all of us. All 13 members had to agree on the supplementaries that would have come to take care of this. We had $150 voucher programs. There's not a member that can vote against it because all of us had to go out and identify people and make sure that this happened. All part of this. But unless we took back some of what was stated in the original plan, and our plans are fluid, our plans can be adjusted. But when we started to adjust this, the Premier was told there are certain things off the table. The ratios, you can't touch them. The plan, you're not getting into them. The trust, that is set in stone. So when we come and we talk glowingly about how our people are given opportunities, there's a story behind it. And that story is what we have to be mindful of and be praiseful of, because on February 25th, the people of the Virgin Islands decided, well, look, we have to have a new look at this thing. And thank God, because we did. And we're now able to brag about the successes of it and all the persons that will be placed in it and benefit from it. We have to make sure that we applaud the efforts of those who fought for it. We cannot let it go untold. We cannot let it go untold. One of the things we cited was that the transfer of knowledge, right? From very early o'clock, in addition to the classes of which members say the same set of people are attending, we told them that we needed to assign specific technical people to the government procurement unit directly. We're not talking about whole of class and then when the class is finished. The procurement unit and those that have to send out bids and those that have to develop requests for proposals and those that have to do it. We have good people, but they can benefit a whole lot more from the particular, from what they will have to do. It is critical that we do this.
Honorable member, a member for the 4th District.
No, he's just showing his hand saying that he wants to.
Thought it was an intervention.
We will benefit a lot from its direct transfer, because if you place the persons in the RDA and they build their knowledge, but they will never come and work in procurement, then when that person leave, the skill leave, and we still have procurement still in the wanting. If you put somebody in Public Works Department who could help them to build the capacities in there, well, when that person leaves, well, whoever is remaining will there. Some of these persons will never come back to head Public Works, to work as the engineer in Public Works, to head procurement, work as the officer responsible for developing these plans. So that a more direct transfer of knowledge will be required, and it will happen under the new plan, under the new agency, under the new protocol that has been developed. So, Mr. Speaker, in the development of the thesis for how funding for recovery from catastrophic events cannot be reasonably expected to be done from loan funds, or it will kill any nation, and might I say almost every nation, except and save for those who could print their very own monies. So this resolution is good. This resolution is far-seeing, and this resolution is 16 months old because it was fought with resistance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for those very few words.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalia D. Wheatley.
Mr. Speaker, I see that the member for the 4th indicated that he wanted to speak, so I'll yield to him, Mr. Speaker.
He seems not to be accepting your yielding, so if you
No
can go
problem,
ahead.
Mr. Speaker. I'll go ahead and make my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I want to call the name of a former member who passed sadly while in office, Dolores Christopher, my cousin, Mr. Speaker, a long-look woman. And she was, Mr. Speaker, a fierce fighter for the people. For her, it was not about party. When it came to issues such as these, Mr. Speaker, she was always firmly on the side of the people. The Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker, I start off referencing the late Dolores Christopher because I always think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to put these discussions in context. We must put these discussions in context. What is this thing really all about? And I would like to see the day, Mr. Speaker, when government and opposition and the people in the Virgin Islands, everybody who's out there listening, would be able to agree on a few fundamental issues as it pertains to this Virgin Islands. And I like the fact that the Honorable Deputy Premier gave his contribution early, because I truly love to hear when he records all the events that led up to where we are here in 2020. There's some things, Mr. Speaker, I would like to see us agree on and that we don't fight on. When it comes to our relationship with the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, and the advances we have made and the advances we need to continue to make, I would love to see us all here in the Virgin Islands singing from the same song sheet. Opposition and government will not always agree. But as it pertains to matters of the United Kingdom and our advances and our need for advances, I would like to see us come together, Mr. Speaker. And if we have disputes when it comes to that, let's do that behind closed doors. Let's close our doors and spank our child, as we say. Is this matter a matter that involves the United Kingdom and our local government? Is this an issue that relates to that particular issue, Mr. Speaker? I submit to you, yes. This issue of the Recovery and Development Agency falls smack dab in the middle of this whole discussion of the relationship between our territory, the territory of the Virgin Islands, and our relationship with the United Kingdom. Let me say firmly, Mr. Speaker, that I don't want an argument and fight with the United Kingdom. I don't want to have an antagonistic relationship with the United Kingdom. I don't want to just for the fun of it to annoy them in any particular way. But the Deputy Premier said it at one point and it made me laugh. My job here in the House is not to, and I'm paraphrasing here, not to please the United Kingdom. So my job here is to represent my people. People who have elected me to this House and the people who have been electing persons to this House since 1950. And I know history very well, Mr. Speaker. I can always learn something new, but I have studied, Mr. Speaker, and I know that the United Kingdom did not do anything for the BVI leading up until this point. We are a small territory. We were not economically important to the United Kingdom, and they left us here. The member for the 2nd District spoke about it, and I unite with him there. We speak about they left us here with little prospects for our own advancement and development and survival. And it was through the hard work and the sacrifice and the struggle of our ancestors is the reason we are where we are today. The United Kingdom never took any responsibility for us, but yet they had an administrator, a governor, or whatever you think about it here, placing restrictions on us. And restricting what decisions we can make for ourselves. And that changed 70 years ago. I should always mention 1949 with Faulkner, De Castro, and Fonseca, and the Great March of 1949. Over 1,500 persons at a time when the population was under 8,000 persons in the Virgin Islands. And then when we got our own legislature and we started making decisions for ourselves, we started to blossom. We started to thrive. We started to write laws that were able to help us to develop as a territory. And here comes the United Kingdom now, at various points, especially since we have a thriving financial services sector now, or a thriving tourism product. They want to tell you what to do and how to do it. They didn't work to build this place. They left us to our own. And now they want to be able to restrict how we do things and we're not doing it properly. And Mr. Speaker, I always try to remain a gentleman, but I have to tell you, the very thought of it annoys me. So what does this have to do with the hurricanes? Mr. Speaker, there are some persons who believe that the Recovery and Development Agency was our idea as Virgin Islanders. And I would have to say, I would ask those persons to study history and to study how the British operate. They have allowed us to believe that we came up with the idea for our own restrictions. So if we came up with the idea, why is it that the governor has so much power on the Recovery Development Board? I mean, the recovery is supposed to be squarely under the Premier's office. Why is it that he has so much power there? Why is it that if you want to make some amendments to the plan, it has to cause some kind of rancor and problem with the United Kingdom? Why is it in their high-level framework if we came up with it? Why is it so important to them, Mr. Speaker? It is because they see it as a tool, Mr. Speaker, a tool to take the development and the autonomy out of the hands of the elected representatives. This is how I see it, Mr. Speaker. I break this thing down squarely as I see it. Simple, not complicated at all. Okay? Now, we have members in the House, including the Premier, who voted for this thing. We have persons who, well-meaning, who backed it. And at the time, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't a part of the House, of course, but I was paying attention. There was an impasse, and we had to get on with our recovery. We had to get on with our recovery. Agree or disagree? Persons well-meaning and well-intended voted for this thing to get this thing going. But the responsibility, Mr. Speaker, always rested with the leader of the government and the cabinet to fight to ensure that things stayed within our people's hands. The problem is not that we have a recovery agency. I can go along with that, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing wrong with having a recovery agency. You have the scale of the disaster, over $2 billion worth of damage or maybe even more, I don't know. how the assessments are done or what the real figures were. But when I look around the BVI, Mr. Speaker, the whole place was destroyed. You look up and down, I remember driving around after the storms. And I say, Lord, I never thought I'd see a site like that. It looked worse than a war zone, Mr. Speaker. When you look at, you go down, you see boat on top of house and all kind of thing. Madness. The place was destroyed. And the scale of it, Mr. Speaker. To say that you come up with an agency that would specifically look at the recovery, I have no problem with it whatsoever. But Mr. Speaker, one problem I had from the very beginning was this concept of development and recovery. And the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, made reference to the amount of years that the Recovery and Development Agency would be here with us. It's about 5 years. And when you look at the scale of what you had them involved in, because you put all of this under the responsibility of the RDA, things that are rightly the responsibility of the elected government and elected representatives. I mean, when you look through the plan, you have somebody coming from I don't know which country trying to tell you what you should do with crafts of life. I mean, what you should do with your farming and your fishing. Things that had nothing to do with the hurricane at all. I mean, these guys getting involved in all kinds of things that just didn't concern them. These are things that should rightly fall within the remit of the elected government. What were we elected to do? To represent the people, their interests. And this goes back to the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker. Because we have people who are unelected who want to dictate how things should be done in this territory. And I see that Recovery and Development Agency and that Recovery and Development Plan as undermining the democratic process that was reinstated 70 years ago. The persons elect persons to office to look out for their interests. And the persons hold, the persons who vote hold their representatives accountable and responsible for what happens in this territory and what should happen in this territory. And persons who are unelected should not hold that type of responsibility, Mr. Speaker. I'm passionate about it. So that all of those development projects in there, they had to go. If you left them in there, the RDA would have been here for 20 years. And the United Kingdom would have liked that. But here comes a premier named Foy, who would not allow that to take place. We can have the Recovery and Development Agency, but we're going to have it on our terms, Mr. Speaker, because we were elected to direct our people in a particular path. And of course, some persons will get frustrated by that. Because what do anybody from a little 2x4 place called the BVI know about recovery? And, you know, we are using international best practice. Be careful with this international best practice, Mr. Speaker. International best practice usually puts your own people on the sidelines. The same people who have been building this territory, now you're telling them you're not good enough. But where were you when we were riding up and down here on donkeys? And when we had no electricity, when my grandfather used to walk from East End to West End, or take a boat, or take a donkey, or a horse, when he was headmaster there in West End. From East End to West End, walk from East End to West End. Where were you? Can you tell me now that we should not be in control of our own development? You just reach? I don't accept it, Mr. Speaker. So this Recovery and Development Agency, I want everybody to know very clearly, this thing must fall squarely under the leadership of the Premier and the elected government. Or else to me it's no use. What's one of the reasons why they want to take development out of the hands of the elected representatives? They have a belief, Mr. Speaker, that we are corrupt. And our own people have to be careful how we play into this whole concept that we're corrupt. If you read the act carefully, they don't want the elected representatives to have anything to do with the procurement process. And in fact, I know there was even a struggle that these jobs under $2 million and under would be just for local contractors. And I agree, leader of the opposition, that needs to go up. That $2 million is not enough. Because this idea that we sideline our own contractors, that's not what made the BVI what it is today. Now, if you want to go someplace else, maybe that's how they function. But in the BVI, we have been the ones building our territory. And this is one of the special things about this territory from way back to when we bought the land, when we were enslaved. And we started to build on it and do things for ourselves. So they think we are corrupt. They think that, you know, we're not qualified. We are corrupt and somebody has to tell us how we build. And I've seen our own local contractors. You see the beautiful buildings that they build. And you see the beautiful work that they've been able to do. I'm not saying that everything has been perfect, Mr. Speaker. We like to beat up on ourselves sometimes. We like to beat up on ourselves. Look, there's a mistake. Look, there's something that we could harp on. Let us look in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. We have done well based on our circumstances. We can be proud of ourselves and what we have achieved. We don't need anybody to tell us that we haven't been doing things properly for ourselves. We can be proud of ourselves and proud of our accomplishments, Mr. Speaker. We're as intelligent as anybody else in the world. We've gone to school like anybody else. We've gained experience. We've done, I agree with the member for the 2nd District, say we could build 2 or 3 Virgin Islands. We can, Mr. Speaker. We have talent. And you know what they do in other countries? In the United Kingdom, if the administration doesn't do a good job in leading something, you know what they do? They vote them out. And they let somebody else take over. They don't come and try to have some outside entity try to control them and tell them that they haven't done a good job. And when I look at the United Kingdom, I look at the European Union, I look at the United States of America, or any country who purports themselves to be developed and first world or whatever else is that, I see all types of flaws within their society. Nobody can come and judge us and say that we're subpar or we're inferior. Mr. Speaker, just Saturday we were on a march talking about racism. We were talking about colonialism and different things like that, Mr. Speaker. It manifests itself in a lot of different ways that we may not think. This whole concept that we need other persons to tell us how we do things, I don't agree with it, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any type of inferiority complex. I know if you pick it up. I don't feel anybody better than me or better than the Virgin Islands. I would prefer to live in the Virgin Islands than a lot of places in the world. It's a great place to live. And I think that our elected representatives, whether it's NDP, VIP, whatever P, CCM, whatever else, I would prefer to go with our people than go with anybody else. Now we have our own issues between us. We'll work those out among ourselves. We'll choose the persons who are best to lead the territory. And honestly, most times I think that the people have always made the right choice when you really look at all the circumstances. You know? So, the procurement process, Mr. Speaker. International best practice, Mr. Speaker. International best practice has not empowered communities. If you have 10 bids and one man win all 10, and then the rest 9 bidders don't get anything, that's international best practice. Now, I'm not saying, Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody to misunderstand me. Our contractors must be well qualified. Our contractors must be able to do the job, Mr. Speaker. But we as elected representatives, we have goals beyond just this project being done. We have a goal about empowering our community. So when we think about who has the lowest bid, when we think about who has the experience to get the job done, value for money, all of those things, we must put something else into the equation with those other things. And that one thing is empowerment of your community. I always listen to, or I have listened to before, the late, great Honorable Ralph Tilford O'Neill speak about giving James Tadman the opportunity to build, what was it, a fire station? And then you hear stories like that. Late, great Lavity Stout gave this person the opportunity to do this project, and that's what got them started. Or my grandfather would be the same, or late, great Cyril Romney would be the same. This is where they got the opportunity. This is where it got the start. Maybe they didn't have the resume when they started that somebody else might have had. But somebody said, you know what? I will give you an opportunity to accomplish your dreams and to be something, Mr. Speaker. What does it benefit us if one contractor gets every single project in the Virgin Islands? What will that benefit the community? Isn't it better that we have persons from the east and persons from the west and persons from King Garden Bay and all of these different places being able to develop the capacity? If you don't do the jobs, you can't develop the capacity, you know, Mr. Speaker. That one job you get might just be the stepping stone you need to take your business to the next level. I'm not saying all projects. They'll have some projects for persons like that, and they'll have some projects where, you know, we just want to make sure we get it done in the best way possible while empowering our people. But the elected representatives know that balance. They know the balance that you need, Mr. Speaker, to be able to get it done. And I always have to caution some persons who we have on these boards, whether it's tender boards or recovery development board or something like that, and we use a foreign philosophy to govern some of these organizations, Mr. Speaker. Those persons who are on those boards have to be patriots for the Virgin Islands. Be patriots. And it's not that you're just giving things person don't deserve. Give them a stepping stone. Give them a hand up, Mr. Speaker. Tell them this is what you have to do to be able to qualify for these jobs. And I applaud the efforts of the Recovery Development Agency to getting persons trained and how elected representatives encourage the contractors in the communities. Let's get trained. Let's do the little seminars that they've been having. I applaud those efforts, Mr. Speaker, but still we have to do more. Still we have to do more. And we have to look at some of the requirements as well. Mr. Speaker. Some of these requirements just sideline your whole people one time because of maybe some of the money requirements that you have as a part of the process. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, let me just close, Mr. Speaker, and say, this resolution is really just about approving a sum of money. Of course, the Recovery Development Agency needs money to be able to operate. And the actual resolution, when you look past all the whereas, says, be it resolved to approve these supplementary appropriations. Of course, this thing has to be funded. But this Recovery and Development Agency, Mr. Speaker, it has to not just be concerned about recovery. It has to be concerned of what we've been concerned about in the Virgin Islands all the time, which is really the empowerment of our people. All of these recovery these recovery projects, what are they really for? They're for the people of the Virgin Islands. The people of the Virgin Islands to have a higher quality of life, Mr. Speaker. And I am confident that the Premier of the Virgin Islands, he has the philosophy which is required to ensure that our people continue to be empowered. And there are many persons out there who purport that they are so intelligent. And I don't take away from their intelligence, Mr. Speaker. But if you don't have the correct philosophy that even governs your intelligence and governs your actions, you'll end up taking actions which are not in your best interest or your people's best interest. So the philosophy of empowerment of Virgin Islanders counts for a lot, Mr. Speaker. And it is something that I want us to be ever mindful of as we talk about Recovery Development Agency or we talk about anything else. Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution on the floor. I thank the Premier for bringing it, and I look forward to further discussions on how we empower our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District. At this time, I recognize the member for the 4th District, the Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to rise in support of the Premier's resolution he brought to the House, and wanted to make some comments that I hope can lend some credence to our efforts to progress our country forward and ensure that our job that we came here to do isn't it about whether we are on this party or that party or this group or that group, but I think when it all ends up, we come to the House of Assembly to represent our constituents. And in the broad sense, we come to represent all of the constituents of the Virgin Islands. And in the narrower sense, each of us has a particular constituency that we represent. And therefore, the effort is to ensure that whatever we do or say after the campaign that happens at elections, that we can move forward and make progress to move a territory from one stage to the next. And I am in strong support of that. And once a resolution or a bill or whatever comes to the House that I see will help us to move that position forward, I take the opportunity to support it. Of course, Mr. Speaker, inherent in some of this, as I've heard several of the speakers before me purport, is the question of where we currently are in the development of a territory, where we would like to be, and how resilient we may be under the various difficult conditions that sometimes confront us. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, in this, the beginning of my 5th term in the House, I have never seen so many challenges than I've seen over the past 3 years. But any leader, any great leader, any great representative, any good representative, any sensible representative, any representative with a heart, with a conscience, one who prays for knowledge and understanding, would not bury his or her head in the sand, but would have to rise to the occasion, rise to the challenges, rise to the difficulties, and in the circumstances, try to find the best way forward for their constituents. I've heard, and people ask me sometimes, I haven't been hearing much of you or much of what you have to say. And where are you and whatnot. I've matured past that. I don't really get bothered about those kind of questions or comments. I am at the stage where I've graduated, definitely, to come into this House and represent the British Virgin Islands, the people of the Virgin Islands, and not a particular party or particular group or particular individual. And when there is time, Mr. Speaker, to call a spade, it is my job to do that. When it is time for me to hold the government accountable, I will do that. And when it is time for me, Mr. Speaker, to give the government the respect that they're due, I will do that without hesitation. And so that is my job in this House, to make such representation. I have not couched my comments that I think the government have done a Herculean job in this COVID crisis to keep what could have been some major negative effects on the country had they not taken the steps that they took. Uncomfortable steps most of the time, but necessary steps And I commend the Premier for his hard work at it, and in particular our good Minister of Health, who I know have taken some long, strong hours in trying to deal with the matter. I told him I don't covet him, but I want to commend them for what they've done so far. They were uncomfortable situations at times, like I said, and it's not everybody's going to agree on everything they've done. I may not have agreed on everything myself, but overall, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it known that I think we are where we are from a health perspective because of the hard and ardent work of the government, particularly the Minister, the Premier and his Minister of Health, and the rest of the team who supported him, and of course we on this side who also supported the efforts that they were doing, particularly from a health perspective. Mr. Speaker, sometimes because of, and I'm going to get to that a little more in a little while, but Mr. Speaker, because of what is happening on territory nowadays in terms of, I don't know what they call it, whether it's hatred, whether it's disagreements, whether it's fights, whether it's encouraged from in here or somewhere or through the social media, wherever it might be. But our people are in this mode and of a battle. Me against you because of who you are, who you're affiliated with, and you against me, and whatever you say, whether it's good or bad, they find something negative to say about what you say, good or bad. Whatever you do, when you're trying to do good or bad, there's something negative to be said. And it's so easy to say it nowadays because you can hide behind the curtain and say it, behind the blogs, in the social media, and you can say it there and not confront the truth in front of you. It bothers me. And yes, there is freedom of speech, and I strongly, strongly, strongly support that. But I think our society needs to take a time out and try to find some positive things to say or do to help to move our country forward. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we in this very House need to try to find those positive things to say to move forward rather than going way backward, to be negative rather than going forward to be positive. I commend a lot of things that the government is doing. I think it is my job to support them when they do it. And when I speak of this battle that we're having, in fact, I heard my good Honorable Minister for Education, and that long other name, I can't remember all the things, Minister, forgive me, agriculture and all of the things. In one of his statements he made, I think it was on the festival report or something, the good minister started out very well with talking about how we should work together and stop fighting and feuding. And the next sentence went down to a fight, to talk about 3 years ago and 5 years ago and who didn't do this and who didn't do that. I thought we were going forward. And he started out in the right spirit. I loved him for that. But then he went backward. I am pleased today, it looks like he repented, because I heard him speak today when he started out. I made a note of it. Let me see what he said here. He did say today we have to work together as 13 members, finding the things that can work together on. We won't always be in agreement. And that was really, Mr. Speaker, the thrust of my comments today. I want to find some way that we as 13 members in this House, through the development things that we have to do for the country through the RDA or whatever you might call it, through the ministers and the cabinet and the House of Assembly. Let us, even on this opposition side, try to step back and find some of the good things that the government is trying to do and try to make it clear that we support them and not criticize them for criticism's sake or for points, but support the government when they're doing the right things. And I want the government side to understand that when they're not doing the right things and we make a criticism, be open-minded to understand it's not as a criticism for criticism's sake, but it's a criticism to make sure that we hold your feet to the fire, to make sure you're doing the right things for this country, in our opinion. It might not be the right thing, but in our opinion, this is why we're here, that we can suggest to you that we're not comfortable in the direction you're going. Hoping that what we are saying is not for our self, what's the big word, aggrandization or something? But for the sake of the country's growth and development in the right direction. And this thing about politics, I've come to the stage, Mr. Speaker, where I wish I wasn't called a politician anymore. This thing has a stigma that it bothers me. I was reading last night. In fact, I got a text late yesterday afternoon, I saw it, from some man from, I don't remember his name, Vino or something, from the Vino organization. He was doing his job, the right thing, asking me my comments about something about $1.5 million missing money or something, missing. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to say. And then later in the night, I read the thing and saw my picture next to it as if I was responsible for the $1.5 million I steal and went somewhere with it. It's becoming, how we presenting these things are becoming really something that is bothering me in terms of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to say. I mean, I couldn't answer the gentleman because I didn't have a clue. I didn't have a clue what he was talking about. Up to now, I don't have a clue. And I'm sure we'll learn more about it as the Premier will expound on it and discuss it. And I'd like to know more about it. But it is just the spirit in the country that we have about fighting one another, rather than trying to work together to go forward. The country needs some things to be done to go forward. And if the RDA wasn't working right, and if the RDA wasn't doing the right thing, we all had our trepidations about it, and how it was formed and developed, and so on. We all had our concerns in terms of whether the RDA was going to go in their own direction and the government in another direction. And I'm glad to see that the government is working closely, and the RDA is working closely with the government, I should say, to make sure that the government's agenda is being addressed, because that's what it's all about. This country has a democratically elected government. This country has a democratically elected premier under the Westminster system, where he gets the majority of the elected officials on his side, and they select a premier. And the opposition sits on the other side to make sure that under the Westminster system that we have an opposition that we can get democracy in the country, and we can have fair and accountable practice that is needed in any democracy. So once that happens, and to see that the government and the RDA have now come to a position where they can work together, I'm hoping that we can see the governments, and the new government has a right to make adjustments to the program that they think they need to see happen. That is the government's right. Cabinet sits and cabinet makes the decisions of the day that the country should have, in conjunction or in consultation with the caucus, and maybe once in a while, on advice or information at least of the opposition, we can move things forward in the spirit of democracy, Mr. Speaker. And I deliberately, Mr. Speaker, intimated there that it's not just always the cabinet and perhaps not always just the caucus, Mr. Speaker, but it must also, at times, as we have done in the past, and hopefully we can do more in the future, it hopefully at times is in consultation with the opposition, so that certain things can be done and supported and move forward in the right direction with all 13 members of the House of Assembly. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the House of Assembly, the 13 members, you might think that it's just the cabinet or just the caucus that runs the country, but it's the House of Assembly that makes the laws, makes the rules, and are responsible for the running of the country and how it works. And that is what the Westminster system is about. Questions and answers, reports, debates, all these are things that are important in the democratic running of the country, Mr. Speaker. And let me stick a pin there and support my good member again, my good Minister of Education, who I smile because I don't know how old he was then, but he used to sit on my porch after lunch every Sunday after church. He and his brothers, and he and my young children, my 2 sons and his brothers, and they used to have some serious debates as young as they were. I don't think they're more than 12 or 13, maybe 14. Some serious debates on the porch after church. And I'm proud of him when he was speaking about the issue and he will note that I make notes when you're speaking now, Mr. Minister. The inferiority complex that he doesn't have. And he was saying that in relation to a very important point, Mr. Speaker. Because I have seen it. I have experienced it. I've been to London. I've been in the halls of the House of Commons in London. I've been at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in their halls before their directors, before the Minister for Overseas Territories. I've been in there, and there is that cold feeling that comes over you, that you don't have the capacity to govern your own affairs, and you must be told how to do it. I've been there. I've seen it. I've heard about it before, but I've felt it for myself. Mr. Speaker, the first day I walked into the House of Commons, I was shocked when I presented my credentials to the door, along with the Premier and the rest of the team. The first thing that shocked me was to see someone immediately in front of me. I don't know what size weapon it was, but it was pointed at me. Obviously, they needed security. But as we went in, Mr. Speaker, and walked through the halls and sit in the meetings, the Premier sitting in a committee before the House of Commons, a committee of the House of Commons, right after a hurricane disaster presented to us challenges that were immeasurable in a certain sense. We had to sit before that committee to try to justify why the people of the Virgin Islands needed help. And imagine, Mr. Speaker, in that meeting, the Premier at the time, in the middle, it was only weeks after the hurricane had damaged us, that members of the House of Commons, we had to be answering why we have the regime, why we have the regime of our financial services business, why we have it. The person who was asking the questions were concerned about what had just happened to us. They weren't concerned about the disaster that happened to us. They were concerned about why we were still under the regime of having a financial services business to sustain ourselves. Rather than trying to help us, they were trying to hurt us still. It was a dagger, Mr. Speaker. I felt it. I felt it in my stomach. Then the next question was, why we have to help you and you have such a, what I said, your per capita income is higher than ours. In that meeting right after the hurricane, these are what the House of Commons members were asking us. Why should we help you and your per capita income is higher than ours? Premier gave a good answer. He said that might have been before the hurricane, but that's not the case now. We need help. But those are the kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, that I say, that I support my good minister when he says, it looks like people don't think that we can run our own affairs. But that's not the sad part, Mr. Speaker. That's not the sad part. I'll tell you what the sad part is. Mr. Speaker. The sad part, Mr. Speaker, is that our own people do not believe that we can run our own affairs. Our own people, Mr. Speaker, many of our own people do not have the confidence in themselves. Many of our own people, Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised. I'm talking about very educated people also, believe that we cannot run our own affairs, believe that we are incapacitated, believe that we are inferior to others. I'm not asking you. I am telling you, I have been accosted about it. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if it's a matter, and it might be, of our own people mistrusting in ourselves. Thank you. I was getting a little bit distracted there. Because I want to be on this subject and want to make sure I'm clear on it, Mr. Speaker. So please bear with me.
I'll do that.
Because I don't want people to misunderstand me and think that I'm anti-British or anti-government or anti-government. That's not the case at all. And I'll tell you in a bit why I say that. But I am speaking, Mr. Speaker, I am saying and I'm appealing and I'm trying to communicate to us. I'm not so much trying to communicate to the United Kingdom, because they're going to be who they are. We've always seen and have heard, and some have come and tried to make changes, others have come and continue the same thing, where some people across the Atlantic or across the Pacific in the past, down to Australia, to New Zealand, all over the world, some people were made to think that they were inferior. And the serious thing about it, Mr. Speaker, as I was trying to say just now, is that it looks like they've enabled us to believe in truth. We believe that we are inferior. We believe we can't govern our own affairs. I mean, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we meet in these halls, we meet in meetings, we set up statutory bodies, we set up boards, we set up all kinds of things to run every ambit of our own affairs. Every ambit. Who are the chairman of all these boards? The other thing that comes up in the Speaker is that somehow there's been success. Success in convincing our own people that we are all corrupt and that we are going to do the wrong things every time we sit in a room or a hall. That we're going to do the things in our own interest and not in the interest of the people of the territory. I have had to defend that many times. Mr. Speaker, I spent 8 years as a minister sacrificing my own business, sacrificing my own progress, sacrificing my family, sacrificing, Mr. Speaker. Every time I look on, I go to the internet and raise my name, sacrificing my integrity, where people have called me dishonest. a thief, all kinds of things. When I know in my own conscience, I have no interest in government's coffers. I have no interest in government money. I have learned from my mother to work hard from day one. I've learned how to raise pigs to supplement my mother's income. I've learned how to go and work in a grocery shop from the age 10 to get little money to buy my books and my brothers and sisters' books. I've learned how to work hard. And I've learned how to be honest. But yet, once you name politician, and it comes to the territory it looks like, so I'm not angry. I'm just stating the fact that that same concept and that same feeling and that same misconception has been inculcated into the minds of the people by other people. And unfortunately, our own people don't recognize where it's coming from and become and receive and have that inferiority complex where they don't believe that they can have a premier who's elected, duly elected by the people of the territory in a democratic way. It might not be the premier that I wanted elected or others wanted elected, but the premier that the majority elected. And we must support him. We must support him as being the leader of the country. This whole concept of where the governor of this country got certain more powers than was before, I don't know where it came from. I grew up hearing that the governor was a figurehead. Whatever that means. He was just there to be the Queen's representative, to be a figurehead. All of a sudden, I'm not talking about just this governor, I'm talking about several governors before, who seem to be wanting to run the country without having the mandate of the people. Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Speaker. I respect the governor, and I wasn't in support of that motion the other day because that's not respect. He is in a position and must respect him. But it doesn't mean that we can't let our people know that we have elected a leader of the country, duly elected to lead us. And in that democratic spirit, we must support him to make sure that he can lead the country without intimidation. He may lead it with opposition, which is in the Westminster system and the democratic system, but he must not lead it with limitations that are not there, should not be there, and he must not lead it with intimidation, and he must not lead it in fear of anyone outside of this territory. I am strong supporter of that, Mr. Speaker. So when it comes to this RDA and these monies that we have to spend, we can comment all we want, we may oppose, we may say what we think about it, which is good for democracy. And he must understand that. But we must also give him the support that he should go forward. He has an agenda. He comes to the House once a year and he reads his agenda. And I might criticize it or whatever might be in the agenda, and hope that he sees differently on certain things as he goes along. But it is his job to present his agenda and try to execute that agenda. And when he comes to the House to try to carry out the agenda, my job is to, as much as possible, support it. And that's what I'll do. People with not the knowledge of how it works will tell me, oh, you're jumping again. I am jumping right here behind this thing, Mr. Speaker, behind this podium, or whatever this is, to let people know that I'm here standing in the House as a Virgin Islander, to support the government when it needs support, to criticize them when it needs to be criticized, but to try to help to ensure that the country moves forward. And the country can't move forward with the opposition trying to pull the premier back all the time or pull the cabinet back all the time. The country has to move forward with a duly elected government trying to move forward with the support of all 13 members of the House of Assembly. And I couch that to say not without opposition. So make sure we understand that. But what is happening, Mr. Speaker, is that we seem to be having two oppositions. One in the House, and sometimes one outside the House. Sometimes one even far across the Atlantic. Mr. Speaker, how dare you? How dare me, Mr. Speaker, get up from these shores in the Virgin Islands and go up to the United Kingdom and interfere in their politics, in their business. How dare me do that? Well, how dare they can do that? Does that mean that I'm inferior? Does that mean the government of the Virgin Islands, the people of the Virgin Islands are inferior to the people of the United Kingdom, or the people of the United States, or the people of some other country? Mr. Speaker, we have to get to understand that we as a people who have gone to school, Mr. Speaker, I must respect those 70 years ago who had the wisdom. They might not have gone to the biggest school, some went further than us, but they may have gone there. But when Mr. Faulkner come across and start marching, and when Mr. Glennie Fonseca and Mr. Penn and all those people back there started marching and fight for our freedom, fight for our rights, to govern ourselves, Mr. Speaker, you can't believe that 70 years later, we still are struggling to govern ourselves? You believe that 70 years later, we are couching, we are bending, we are hiding how to upgrade our constitution to govern ourselves? Mr. Speaker, every time the Premier speaks or I speak, we are couching, or because we don't want some people to think we want to run our own affairs. We got to listen to England. We have to listen. There's that feeling in the territory that you have to listen to Mother England. You have to listen to them, do what they say. I'm not asking you, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you this is what is happening in our own society. They do not believe that those 9 members over there and these 4 over here can run this country. We must listen to Mother England. If you're going a certain direction, you better check to hear what I'm saying. We now under restriction where our budget, don't fool people. Mr. Speaker, I am telling you, the budget of the Virgin Islands has to be approved by, not by the, it's so funny, not by the elected officials of the United Kingdom, you know, Mr. Speaker. The budget of the Virgin Islands has to be approved by some civil servants appointed in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Before you can go forward, we elected, put forward a budget. But the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, director of whatever it is or whoever, have to agree with our budget. It doesn't go into the House of Commons for approval, as people might make it think. It's some civil servants, permanent secretaries, at the level that we have here, I'm talking about. Financial secretaries in the United Kingdom, appointed, not elected. So who are we? We are less than their elected officials? Mr. Speaker, this is why when we say we want to address the Constitution, we must encourage the Premier. I hear about this Constitution for years now again. The last one took nearly 20 or 30 years to upgrade. The 2007 Constitution now, we say we're going to do it 10 years later. It's now 2020. And we're still here discussing about it. The last Premier said we were having a committee come forward to start it. Of course, you know what happened with the hurricanes and so on, but I hope this Premier can move forward on it. And I hope that the people of the territory, Mr. Minister Young of Works, you're young. I hope that the people of this territory will get the confidence in themselves to understand that we do not need to have a government cabinet to tell us what to do in cabinet. The cabinet needs to make decisions by the people who elected the cabinet. Don't mind them talking about the cabinet, the 5 ministers make decisions and so on. That's what it says. But I could ask the ministers that they can tell the truth. The governor sets the agenda. And when he doesn't agree to something, that agenda stays there and goes on forever back and forth. When the people's elected officials want to go forward, they can't. And I'm not talking about a specific governor, I'm talking about the position. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, forgive me, I'm not off the topic, I'm just speaking some related matters here that relate to the growth and development and forward movement of this country when we come to spending money. I see us dancing and dilly-dallying and going around. Poor Minister of Finance trying to figure out where he can get money to do certain things because he didn't want to go up he doesn't want to go up to England. Because if you have to borrow money, I go up and have a little chat over there. It's like me, Mr. Speaker. I think I was 17 or 18 when I wanted to buy a piece of land. And I had to go with my mother. I wasn't 18. She had to sign the paper for me. To this day and age, Mr. Speaker, 70 years later, we have to go up to England to get our approval to borrow, or, Mr. Speaker, to get a budget approved. No matter anything about protocols to financial management and all them things, you know. What the thing is a high level something or something what you call it. All them things. Sorry about the colloquial language, Mr. Speaker. I gotta get to all of that. All them things the Speaker is saying. And you gotta forgive me, I'm sorry about the recorder. All them things the Speaker is saying. All them things saying. About protocols and high level something and all them things. All them things the Speaker is saying that you cannot run your own affairs. We must tell you what to do. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why we'll be pretending and playing like we so highfalutin and because we went to school, we writing back all kind of fancy things. I see the Premier write some long, what do you call it? He called it a resolution. I don't know what he called it. Went back to them. Yeah, be diplomatic. But, Mr. Speaker, the people must know the truth, though. You go up there and be diplomatic. You learn to sit down and talk where you want to talk. But the people must know the truth, Mr. Speaker. Very crucial. But I raised it because my good young minister whose wisdom is and whose bravery is willing to stand up and say certain things. I want to let him know that I am here to support him when he stands up and says certain things. I ain't saying support everything he says, because you go off on a little tangent sometimes. But I support him, Mr. Speaker, when he speaks of the fact that he is or he does not have an inferiority complex when it comes to him believing that he has been duly elected and he's willing to lead his people. And he doesn't have to depend on some other brain somewhere. We went to school. Mr. Speaker, I am telling you, I ain't think got another soul anywhere else in the world who's brighter than me. And I hope that everybody will think that way. We have the understanding, we have the wisdom, we ask God for guidance. And we still have to go up yonder across the ocean. It's time, Mr. Speaker. It's time. I respect Her Majesty's representative, and I respect that there's no reason why we can't have, and every country have what you call an elected members, and then they have what you call a governor general or a governor, whatever they call them. And they have certain functions and certain roles, but they must stick to their function and stick to their roles. The management and running of the affairs of this country, Mr. Speaker, in the Constitution belongs to the Premier and his cabinet, along with his caucus, and checked and balanced by the opposition. That is how it works. That is how our Constitution is designed. Not checked and balanced by everybody else. Checked and balanced by Her Majesty's loyal opposition. But it looks like it's checked and balanced by everybody else all over the world. That's not what it's about. What happened? You know, the confidence in opposition that we can, that the leader of opposition here, who's a very bright young fellow, can hold the government to the fire, to their feet? That we have to wait for somebody to tell us what to do? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. I think I should send this government, Mr. Speaker, up to the UK to tell them how to manage a crisis in the times of COVID. We need to start turning it around now. No, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being, if I may use the word, help me there, good Miss DeCastro. I'm not being facetious, as you would say, and you might put it in some poetic way. I'm not being facetious, Mr. Speaker. I'm merely stating the fact that this government needs to go and teach some other countries, maybe including the United States of America, how to manage a crisis in times of COVID-19. You have to be firm, you have to be stern, you have to be real about it. We're grateful. Don't misunderstand me. We're grateful for the help, especially in this crisis that we have gotten from everywhere else, including the United Kingdom, especially the United Kingdom. But let's be firm and understand that we have the mental capacity to manage our affairs. Just because this Minister of Health, and I'm not just trying to be pouring praise on him for a reason, but during this crisis, he sat with his team, we call him the H or something, HOC, HEOC or something, whatever it is, and they hunkered down. They hunkered down. They did what they had to do. I got blamed, they say, because whenever they close down my supermarket, make a lot of money, they say. But I don't have a problem with that. That's the market. People will say what they want. But the minister and his team and the premier and the rest of the team hunkered down. We could have been facing hundreds of cases now. And we're not out the willow, but at least we weathered the storm so far. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want us, and I'm speaking to all of us in here, leave it alone. Let's not get back down in the miry clay. Let's get out of the mud. All of us. Let's start looking at how we're going to sit down and do things positively and make the country go forward. Let's get out of the miry clay. Let's stop. Election is over. Mr. Speaker, the government wants clear and square. Yes, there are going to be things that we must bring up. Yes, there are going to be things that we must deal with. Yes, there must be audits. And in fact, there's need for more audits. And I said in Standard Finance that the Auditor General needs more support, because she's been saying she doesn't have enough staff and enough workers and enough auditors in her department to do the audits, because there are many things to be audited in the past and the present on a regular basis, because that's how accountability happens. In my company that I operate, Mr. Speaker, my bank, because I borrowed too much money from them, 4 months after my year ends, my bank wants my audited financials. 4 months after. And if I don't give it, I get letters right away, start firing off, threatening that I can't use my overdraft or my funds anymore because they need the financial audits. So yes, we have to be accountable. Yes, we have to give the Auditor General more support, more funding, more staff, and try to encourage us to hire more people to be able to do the audits on a more timely basis. And when the people come and tell me the audit in your department or your audit, I have no problem with that. That's good. At least there'll be no suspicions. The truth will come out. The truth will come out. I worked in a bank a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, and we didn't even know when the auditors were coming. We would hear a little thing that some strange-looking people up in Church Isle the night before. They look like some people with some glasses and thing over their nose and so. No, I'm not. We used to be hearing those rumors. The next morning the bank closes the next day the bank closes at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock on the dot, 4 men would show up at the glass door knocking. When you go, you pretend you didn't know who they were, but you had a feeling. And it was the auditors. The bank sent them from wherever they're coming from in England or Barbados, and they would knock on the door, come in, and I was a teller, and before I could touch the till to balance it, they would ask me excuse, and they would balance it for themselves. And for the next 3 weeks, everybody on pins and needles, because they want to see all of your documents for the last 3 weeks, last 2 years or year 2 that you did, and they want to audit you. But that's how businesses do. The government should be the same thing. Nothing is wrong with that. So we got to support our Auditor General and what she does. I support that. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the government to try to find whatever way they're going through, whatever path they're going through, whatever direction they're going, to get this country fixed. To not let the bureaucracy and the diplomacy and the hindrances that might be there, whether local or overseas, prevent us from moving forward and getting it done. If we have to borrow money, let's go and find a way that we can get it done. Let's find a way that we can negotiate. Let's find a way that we can, rather than sitting here and talking, send up a delegation up yonder. Try to get through the intricacies. But let's get some help to get a country fixed. Mr. Speaker, I look at the hurricane last time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when the present Premier of the United Kingdom, the present Prime Minister, Mr. Boris Johnson, he was the Foreign Minister or Foreign Secretary at the time. I didn't know he was coming. I was so busy trying to get the galvanized off the road by the roundabout and get the place start looking like something. I didn't even know that these people were coming. I see a bus stop and some big cameras come out. I want to know who these were. My old jeans and my T-shirt. I was helping lift up galvanized, throwing the trucks. Then the governor came out and bring Mr. Boris Johnson to me and said, "This is the Minister for Communication and Works." I'll be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, I didn't mean any disrespect, but I didn't have time yes. To be truthful. But I don't know whether it was a photo op or whatever, but I went back to my galvanized and started throwing the truck because nobody couldn't get around the roundabout. The traffic was piled up way back there. All of the help, anybody who could help, he came and helped and tried to get it done. All those are the things that happened after the hurricane, Mr. Speaker. But here we are, 3 years later, and still trying to negotiate to get help. Mr. Speaker, there was a concept that we developed during that time to say that let's bury the cables. The worst thing that happened to us, Mr. Speaker, after the hurricane was that we didn't have any light all over the country. I went down by the minister, the Premier's constituency on his invitation as the Minister of Communication and Works and get beat up. A reporter said, "How your face had looked so?" Got beat up, rightly so. Because I don't remember much months it was later, but they had no power down there, no water. So we came up with a proposal that we should find a way over the next 2 or 3 years to bury the main cables throughout the country. So if another hurricane hits like that, the poles that may get knocked down going to your house can be repaired quickly, but the main cables along the roads and in the villages would be underground. That's a proposal that was put forward. It's expensive, costly, but it's cheaper. It's what you call an opportunity cost, where if you spend that, you won't have to suffer if another hurricane comes to that in the way that we did. Not a thing happened since. 3 years later, nothing. We haven't even dug one hole along the road to bury those cables. The next hurricane hit, we're going to have the same problem 3 years later. Not one hole. They're talking about putting some, I don't know what to call them, different things in Carrot Bay and different things in different places, substations, to make sure that everybody isn't totally cut off because of Parkwood Pond Power Station. Nothing happened. Mr. Speaker, 3 years later, we need some resiliency, activity, action. I'm not talking about planning now, action. So we need that. You know, we're dodging, like I said earlier, dodging the United Kingdom government. Mr. Speaker, I haven't spoken for a long time, so give me a little chance, you know. I know it's a little timey. So please, give me a little chance there. Now, I am respectful to the Speaker. He gave me a little look there, I wasn't sure.
No.
But Mr. Speaker,
Good.
Mr. Speaker, I would say, and I am not going to be dishonest, I spoke to the Premier about it. I told the Premier his stimulus plan that he came up with, I liked it. It was at least directly helping some people. And I support it. People need help. People needed money to help them with their wages that they were out of, to help them with their rent, to help them with their loans, to help them with all the things that they need. People need help. And we can stay here talking all day and talking all night and helping people, and then what's the purpose? So I supported the stimulus plan that he came up with. A little long in coming. They say patience is a virtue, but not when your pocket empty. But it came. Mr. Speaker, I was very clear to him to tell him that, and I served on the Social Security Board for 10 years. And I know we had a social fund that we used to use to give out grants and so on. We did it for the hospital in the past when I was there, where we were trying to get to the point, and I don't know if the Social Security Board eventually is the one who funded the, what do you call that machine for the diabetics, dialysis machine, and so on. And they did some other things. We had started a fund for cancer research in the BVI as to why we were having so many cancer cases, especially in certain areas where there was asbestos roofs around the high school area and so on, the past high school roofs. We had set up some funds that went into there to research those things. Small amounts at the time. But as I said, if you're going to get a grant of $40 million from the, or whatever amount it is from the Social Security Board, I have qualms not with getting the grant because the people needed the help. And it's the same contributors to the board that needed the help. But I think some of that nature needed to come through this House, who set the ordinance of the Social Security Board up. Somebody might come to me and tell me that they had all the rights and they could have done it through the finance committee or whatever committee they use. No, not when you come to $40 million coming out of the People's Fund and the House of Assembly is not advised of it, at least brought here. I would have had no objection to it. I would have supported it. And I'm sure the House will have supported it, most persons. But I think when you're getting a grant, so-called, when you're getting a grant of $40 million from the Social Security Board, the Social Security Board members don't have that power and that right to take $40 million from the people's money to just give it to our government executive branch.
Member of the Fourth, I realize that we are going off of the debate. We have been off for a while. I'll allow you to be off for a while, but we're getting another road now when we start talking about Social Security fundings. So, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for trying to steer me back. But when you come to money resolutions in the House, Mr. Speaker, all money issues of the country on the table. That's normally the budget, any money issue, and it has a bearing. But I will finish up on that point and move on in respect of you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your interjection there. So I hope that the next time, Mr. Speaker, something like that will come to the House, even in an emergency situation for the House's approval. And that's not something I'm saying because I can say that I said it to the Premier before privately and I say it publicly. And I know he will take it in good spirit, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I do strongly, as I said, support the Premier and his bill and his resolution as he comes forward, and I use that to say that anything he comes forward with I think is good for the country, I will strongly support. I heard someone commented about international best practice and so on when we are using some of those same funds we talk about there to for people. And I hope that one day we can have all of our projects done as much locally as possible for people. And we must put things in place, yes. $2 million project is not a big project anymore. I oversaw the $15 million loan that the CDB gave years ago, 2010, I think it was, or somewhere back there, for projects in the territory that took forever. We struggled along, but we got some, every single one was done locally, Mr. Speaker, and they were done well, at least the majority of them, by local people. I'm proud of them. Local contractors who did a good job. And, you know, I won't start naming them, but they know who they are, and CDB have great respect for them, for what they've done. And they can do more projects like those, Mr. Speaker. And I want to encourage this government to be careful, even in these days, this day and age with the projects that are coming out. And I know the RDA, from what I gathered, there was some $10 million that a donor gave to the RDA, and he got a development project for the I don't want to use the word solar, the renewable energy projects in Anegada. And I understand the Electricity Corporation Board refused to take the money. I don't know if that's true. You know, hearsay is not dare say. But if that's the case, I hope that's not the case. But if donors giving us funds to do certain projects, we must start at least taking a look at it. Maybe the conditions are not right, but we should find out how we can negotiate and make it happen. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that all of these projects, whether it's through a statutory board or through the government, that we are following the right procurement rules, especially in terms of transparency and accountability. So, you know, I wouldn't say a lot more about that, but I would say that we want to make sure that we have the right practices in awarding these contracts, and where overseas entities may come in through the back door or some other way, that we must be careful in the manner in which we handle it. It must be above board, it must be transparent, and we must make sure we're taking care of our own people. I would not symbol yet on that, but I'm sure at a later date I'll be saying a lot more. Mr. Speaker. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to just conclude by saying to my people out there that I don't want you to misunderstand me. I am not anti-British, and I'm not anti-governor, but I think we must make sure that our own roles are kept and handled as they should be, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that our people understand that our parents and our grandparents and our forefathers and foremothers gave us an education. It was tough times. In those days, a few were able to be sent to St. Kitts and probably Antigua to grammar school. I remember before 1968, Mr. Speaker, a few went to secondary school, a few. In 1968, when it was changed, and I have to always remember him, the Honorable H. Lavity Stout, when he said all of our people must have a high school education. And the doors break open in 1968, when it moved from 200 people getting educated at secondary level to 800 that year. I don't know how many, I was one. 1968. That was H. Lavity Stout's project that was criticized and criticized and criticized. You wanted these people to have education. So we must believe in ourselves. We must believe we can lead our country. We must not mistrust ourselves. Mr. Speaker, every single country, including the United Kingdom, every single country, you have to put steps in place to avoid corruption, to ensure accountability, to ensure transparency, and all of that, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you recall, Mr. Speaker, some years ago when several members of Parliament were dismissed because they weren't accounting for their money that they were spending, the government's money when they go overseas. They weren't accounting properly for it. It happens everywhere. But that does not mean you can't believe and trust in your own people. We must put the right accountability and the right transparency things in place. We must have the right institutions and build them strong. But that does not mean that we can't believe in our own people to lead our own selves. Let's put our trust and our faith in our own people in going forward, Mr. Speaker. Or else, this country has nowhere to progress. We will always be beholden to someone else, beholden to some other country who does not have the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands in their heart, no matter what they say. So I want to make sure that our people understand that it's not about being anti-anything. It's about being pro-Virgin Islanders. And let's make sure that our people try to understand that. And the rights of the people, Mr. Speaker, the rights of the people is there. Every 4 years, they can change whichever government they want if they're not happy, or whichever people they elect. The rights are there. If you're not happy, if you don't trust them, if you don't believe in them, do what you have to do at the polls. Do what you have to do in the media. Do what you have to do in criticism. It's freedom of speech. Make a criticism. I have no qualms when people criticize me for what I may do. I have no qualms at all. But let us believe in our own selves that we can do what we have to do to move forward, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may have strayed a bit, but I appreciate you bearing with me there a little bit. Thank you.
Member Ford, I thank you for your contribution to the debate. I recognize the Minister of Communication and Works. Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this resolution. I mean, a lot was said regarding this resolution and the history of where this territory, where we came from, and how we have arrived to the point that we now have an recovery and development agency. And Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the Premier, the Minister of Finance, for bringing this document as set out in the law from the Act. And Mr. Speaker, today this resolution speaks to the revised plan. And Mr. Speaker, we understand that this plan originally amounted to about $580 million, Mr. Speaker. And it is now revised to about 86 million. And Mr. Speaker, that was because we needed a more manageable portfolio. Mr. Speaker, I remembered some of the meetings when we got in, first with the team at the Ministry of Finance, and the Premier continued to speak about some of the projects and what were important and the list of priorities. So I do want to acknowledge the team in the Ministry of Finance for the work that they have done as well in terms of getting us to this point where we are now doing projects amounting to $186 million. Mr. Speaker, in the original plan, we had a whole lot of works to be done. And members spoke about speaking regarding developing different projects that had nothing to do with what transpired during the hurricanes of 2017 and where this plan came from. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to see that we are now getting correct what we initially started out with this RDA plan. And Mr. Speaker, my Minister for Education, he said he listened to all the debates at that time. Unfortunately, I may have missed some of them. But I know there was strong opposition where they was going with this plan, Mr. Speaker. I know government members at that time, they voted against this, and we started out hearing about my predecessor, Honorable Dolores Christopher, and the strength and her voice pertaining to this plan. I know even some members thought that the plan, I guess it wasn't really clear. Some members thought the plan would bring the UK funding along with this plan so that they could carry out the works, because hearing that this is something that was instituted by them, some members thought that was the case. But Mr. Speaker, all along this plan was just to, as it was said, to bring more transparency and accountability and so forth. Mr. Speaker, this all goes back to times past as to where we were as governments and some of the things that were done in order to get to this point. I heard my member for the fourth, my senior member, who said he's been here for now his fifth term, speak about the whole history as to what happens. He visited the UK and sat in a room to negotiate. And they only spoke of financial services, as he said, and what we were doing and what we were doing that wasn't in favor of what they saw. And Mr. Speaker, at that time when our territory was suffering, you know, it seemed like an atomic bomb had dropped on the territory after the hurricanes. But, you know, they were not concerned as to where we were as a people, but more so what was sustaining us and why we were at this stage where we could still survive, and they were more concerned about putting things in place so that maybe we needed to reach out to them so that they would be in charge of our decision making as they are now. And the member spoke about the budget, where the budget needs to be approved even before it's passed here in this Honorable House. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping this government is now in place where we are putting all measures in place so that they can see that we are following all the guidelines, we are being transparent, and we'll be accountable to each and every dollar that is spent within this territory. Mr. Speaker, the primary purpose of the revision to this RDA plan that started out at 580 plus million was to streamline the projects so that the RDA could focus more on recovery time project. And I could remember campaigning on those things where we were interested in actually recovering. That was important to us as a people. Mr. Speaker, and to date, we still have a lot of work to do. And Mr. Speaker, though I am proud to see now that we have an interim director at the RDA, I know when I got in first, Mr. Speaker, I met with the RDA, and we know that we seconded quite a few persons from the government. And we seconded some of our best workers. I even remember in one meeting where I was told that they're even recruiting some of the engineers and the members from the Public Works Department so that they can come over to the RDA so that they can assist over there. But Mr. Speaker, the government in itself had plans to carry out works, and the members and the workers of Public Works at that time, they were quite important, and they still are. And I know I raised the concern as to wonder why they were recruiting persons from Public Works. And, we always hear them speak about capacity building and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy that some of those discussions led to the engineers and some of the workers staying, because the Public Works Department, they are now, and not now, but they continue to carry out the great works. And I'm proud to be the member or the minister in charge of Public Works Department, because we are seeing the fruits of their labor. We are seeing where they are out working and carrying out lots of the tasks. And some of those works were a part of the same RDA plan, and they are now basically completed. So, Mr. Speaker, the Premier, in his wisdom, went and negotiated. And we are here now with this revised plan, and even had the ability to negotiate the loans for the $65 million loan from CDB. And Mr. Speaker, I know that when it's all said and done, the Premier would say that, the L-shaped building at the Ella Doherty is now renamed the Ella Doherty building. That was all done locally, Mr. Speaker. Ella Doherty Turnbull Building, yes. My correction. And once we get in there, Mr. Speaker, we jumped on that project because it was quite important to get our children back in school. And Mr. Speaker, that empowered our people. As we have built this territory and we've heard where we were when they looked at us years ago, just a bird sanctuary. And I hear the stories from my grandfather. He was a road warden himself, and he speaks about, even to this day, all the works that he had done being a road warden. And Mr. Speaker, you know, at those times, you know, education wasn't a priority, but those guys had the know-it-all to get things done. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we did as a territory. We built this territory, and we can be proud of that today. And I'm proud to be in this honorable house where we continue to do that. The mandate given now to the RDA is that training must be a part of anything that they're doing. I see the memo for the 9th made sure after the contracts for the schools were signed, he made sure that they visited Virgin Gorda to carry out training so that the people in the district would be a part of anything that is coming forth. And Mr. Speaker, I know that is something that is being done now where the RDA is conducting and they continue to conduct training so that our people can be a part of all of these projects. And Mr. Speaker, this revised RDA plan that I know was laid on this house, and now we brought this resolution. So, Speaker, I am happy to be standing and being a part of this and supporting this initiative. And listening to all the other contributions, Mr. Speaker, I know with this CDB loan, a lot of projects are long in coming, but we understand the process for the CDB loan. We still see the barriers. And Mr. Speaker, if I could reach out to reach out and just say, let's get these projects done, I would have done that. Because we understand the hazard, we understand the dangers, but we understand the process as well. CDB hires their consultants, they go and they do their assessment, the tenders are then sent out. Cabinet gets involved, Cabinet makes the decision based on the recommendation, and then the projects are being worked on. It's a long and tedious process, Mr. Speaker. I so wish that it would have been a bit shorter, but this is what it is, and I ask the public to be a bit more understanding as we work. We are working diligently to get these projects done. And Mr. Speaker, with the support of the Premier and understanding that these are things that are important, I'm comforted knowing that in due time they would be accomplished. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I stand in support of this resolution, and I support this RDA revised plan. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Minister of Transportation and Works and Utilities, a member of the 5th District, for his contribution. Will there be any other contributions? Before we go to any other contributions, we see we have one. If that's the case, can anybody indicate if any more will be? If it's just one, we'll break for, we'll take a recess for lunch. You want to close off? Okay, please, go ahead, indulge. member of the 9th District, Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too stand in support of this resolution here, the revised RDA. Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to the presentations that went before me. And one of the things that I actually liked was the historical information that was presented. There's a Spanish philosopher, we know him as George Santayana, who's famous for a saying. He said, those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. So, Mr. Speaker, when you get the experiences of the past, it gives you a perspective. It lets you know where you were, so you have an idea where you may go. The member for the Fourth spoke of his experiences in the UK in that forum, House of Commons at the FCO. I too have been there, and not in the same, for the same reasons, but when you think at one time we had something called the British Empire. And when you go to the FCO and they show you the room where the person sat that ran the British Empire, it makes you want to cry sometimes. The member for the Seventh spoke of not having an inferiority complex, but that is one of the biggest tricks of the enemy. Enemy will never, ever let you know your strengths. And when that is fed by a whole community, that is trouble. Remember when the Fourth spoke about it? We know who we are and we know what we are capable of, but we have to believe in ourselves. And the people who send us to this house to work on their behalf need to believe in us also. It is one territory. It's not 10 different territories, it's one. And there's a government here, 30 members elected in the same process to come to this honorable house to represent the people and their views and to put this country forward. It's an evolving process. We should not be here 5 years from now or 2 years from now. We should advance beyond where we are right now. This resolution here brings in two very important things: a borrowing committee and a recovery steering group. You see, Mr. Speaker, when we ran, one of the things that we ran on was the empowerment of the people. People should feel competent to run their own affairs. You heard the word capacity building. We shouldn't be dependent on outsiders all the time or other people all the time. We should be able to provide our own needs. We've increased scholarships from what it used to be years ago to millions of dollars now. It used to be a few $100,000 before. It's now millions. That should mean something. If you're going to be investing money in our people, then we can't be operators if we have no education. We're not back in the 40s and 50s where we had very little. You go in a BVA right now, there are probably more masters and doctorates you can even dream about. There's a lot of people in the BVA with advanced degrees and training and experience, because we're investing heavily in this whole thing of capacity building and institution strengthening. Because we are going somewhere with this country. We are going somewhere. We are going somewhere, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to be stagnant, because after stagnation usually comes death. We want to be vibrant and dynamic and advancing, evolving. And that's why you see the RDA, we've been doing all these workshops in all the districts. And I encourage persons when they have these workshops to attend. They're there for your benefit so you can become qualified to take on some of these things that the RDA are going to do. And I must thank the RDA for the work they've been doing, particularly in my district. I think we have 5 projects there taking place right now. And there are much more to come. But if you're doing all these work and the people aren't involved, Mr. Speaker, then they're going to be asking us, well, what exactly did we send you here for? So capacity building, institutional strengthening are prerequisites to take this country forward. Mr. Speaker, we must understand our strengths. There used to be a story when I was going teaching. You see, if you get a baby elephant and you tie him with a string and he can't break, when he grows older, he'll never break it either. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that we are maturing as a country. So all these laws and things we are bringing into the country, like I said, are based on just two simple ideas: capacity building, institutional strengthening. We cannot pretend that we are not evolving. We used to be grant and aid, got off, I think, 1977, off of grant and aid. Constitutional reform should have happened back in 2017. The storms came, he put it off. But thanks to the Premier now, that is back on a fast track. Because we have to advance this country. We cannot pretend like we're not moving forward. We're investing a lot of money in education. Let's just move forward. Let's get a plan where we're going. Where we're going to be 10 years from now. We are a dependent territory. Nobody's trying to rush into independence, but it's a march towards independence. Self-determination. Learning to run our own affairs. Mr. Speaker, we should not be afraid of our own people. All too often, I don't know if it's just envy, jealousy, hatred, or ignorance, but we should not be afraid of our own people. We should be happy to see our people moving up the ladder. But Mr. Speaker, what we often do is try and pull them down. Not help them up, but pull them down. So this Barron Committee, Mr. Speaker, again, like the Premier like to say, a member for the fourth, when you're a politician, you're a thief. So it's a Barron Committee. So it's not in the hands of any one person. And this committee should be, again, our people. Because that's what we're training them for, to take on our affairs. We came into this here, we met the RDA. We know where it came from. And we know for which purpose it was set up. We could say, without beating around the bush, people entrust us to receive money because RDA was to have received donor money. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Oh, no, 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 we can't have that going through government because they want to thief all of it or half of it. So therefore, let's put an entity in between the money and the people and the government. So they brought in the RDA. I'm not saying RDA is necessarily a bad thing, but was it done with a good mind? Was it done with a good mind? Was it done to help the people faster and better? Or was it put there to circumvent the government? Mr. Speaker, I don't really know what the answer is to that. Mr. Speaker, we always look at consultants. Mr. Speaker, our people can do this work too. Our people, I don't know what the challenge or the struggle is with us, with putting our people in the position, putting the support around them so they can achieve what they're trying to do. Sometimes you get a position, they don't make sure you get a training or the support, but expect you to perform. Then you go, you get a consultant and give them every single thing. Well, they must shine. You must shine in that case. Let's do the same thing for our own people. Let's pay them properly. Let's give them the support they need. Let's give them the opportunities. Every single time you've given our people opportunities, Mr. Speaker, they have gone beyond and above. That, the L-shaped building, Ella Doherty, was mentioned earlier. That was under CDB to go a different way. The Premier, through his ingenuity, took that and break it up into 4. Same people building a project. It didn't go to 1, but 4 companies, Mr. Speaker, 4 participated there. So not only they make some money, but also get experience and work on a system. It's now held as a model to follow in doing other projects, large projects like that. So it's going to involve more of our people participating in the rebuild. Mr. Speaker, before his office, when we talk about RDA recovery, one gentleman told me one day that the UK needs to understand it's the BVI recovery and not the UK's recovery, or the UK's version of a recovery. So, Mr. Speaker, why were no people speaking out then and say, no, 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 this is not the way we want to go. We want to go this way here. It took the courageous Premier to come in and say, listen, we are elected, we have a mandate, and the mandate is not this. This is not the way we are going to go. And he was told, is either this way or no way. But the Premier didn't back down, he's a fighter. This government is a government that came to do things. not sell ice cream. We have to make difficult, sometimes controversial decisions, but we are going to make them, and we are going to move this country forward. See, everyone's not going to like what we do or the way we do it. What's in the best interest of this country? We all know for a fact that we're not going to be here forever. But when history is written, it must record, and it will record, the difference we made when we were here. So we're not going to do anything reckless without thinking it through. Of course, there are always unintended consequences. But, Mr. Speaker, we are trying our best to do what we think is best to put this country on a good footing. That's why we're in the House so often. We didn't have to come to the House so often. We could have said, oh, we'll do that when we get there. Will it be a month from now or 2 months from now? No, Mr. Speaker, the Premier said we come in now, first quarter. And second quarter, we're doing these things. So I don't care how you get it done, but we are doing these things because we have a country to build. And, Mr. Speaker, and we have been here sometimes at midnight, here hammering these things out, debating, deliberating, exchanging ideas, because we all want the same thing. All 13 want the same thing. A better, stronger, more resilient BVI. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what is next. I mean, there were those who said, oh, go ahead and take the $400 million loan guarantee and just get on with it. Just get on with it. Mr. Speaker, no one saw COVID at that time. We hear now COVID, hurricane season, and now the Sahara dust. That tells us we just don't know what's going to happen next. So whatever we're doing must be very sound. We must also have that little bit put back there for the rainy day, like what people used to say. Save that bit for the rainy day. So, Mr. Speaker, this little amendment here, a recovery steering group, by our people, for our people, because it is all recovery, so all people must steer it and guide it along, because we have to live with this afterwards. Not the UK, it's we have to live with this. So I'm really happy for these two amendments here to strengthen this bill. Mr. Speaker, as time goes on, whatever needs to adjust, nothing's going to be perfect, but as time goes on, we make the little tweak and the little adjustments to bring us back in line, to advance this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, we had one agenda, to advance this country, to advance its people. Mr. Speaker, again, with those few words there, I thank you for the opportunity to give my 2 cents on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. If there's going to be no other debates, I call on the mover to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a healthy debate. And, Mr. Speaker, that's what the House is here for, the maturity of the House. It's good to see the member for the fourth. And he came and he do it in a fashion that only he can, and is taken in the spirit that he has stated. Mr. Speaker, the RDA and the high-level framework are two documents that this country have to abide by, whether they want to or not. Mr. Speaker, while I understand that we have to move on, it will be quite remiss of us if we do not learn from the lessons of the past, as rightfully the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health has rightfully said, the Deputy Premier. And we have to make sure that when we are leading, we stand up for what we believe in for the people of the territory. I have learned since I'm Premier that it doesn't matter how much you prance up in this house. When you leave, there are those who listening to you every word, When you leave, they stick on their agenda. Could care less what the people of the Virgin Islands feel or thinking, because they feel that we don't have enough power to shake anything. So even when you come and you tell them that the people of the Virgin Islands say this, they tell you, no, this is what they want, and they basically deal with you in a mindset where it is what we want alone. There's no negotiating room. But I'm glad that on the horizon we can see that democracy is alive and well. I'm glad to see on the horizon after Saturday that it's not only that it was a match about lives, it was a match about honoring the legacy of our foreparents. And I said before, and I said again, and I say again, that every step we took and we marched, we were actually walking on the ashes of our foreparents right here in the Virgin Islands. And when we look and see where we were, and I went and I was doing my devotion, and the grounds that we were on were very historic. Because when the former legislator, the former in terms of the House, Honorable J. Alvin Christopher cut Great Mountain and all of that, and that fill came down there, which make up that place we were walking on. The Great Mountain and those areas have some very rich history of the legacy of the BVI and slavery. And the Lord took me and showed me that we were actually walking on the ashes of our foreparents. And while we were walking on it, and we come here today because the RDH draw me in. And one of the things that whenever we go to the doctor, the first thing he does after he asks us where it's hurting us and how we feel, usually he goes and he draws blood. And I always wonder why they draw blood, but I recognize that they draw blood because your blood speaks. And it tells them a lot about the makeup of your body and the functioning of your body and how your system is performing. Your blood speaks. And the blood of our ancestors are speaking and getting louder and louder and louder and louder each year, and even coming on into the August time when we celebrate the emancipation of our slavery, of being enslaved, because we were never slaves, as the Minister of Education always correct me. And when we get going, it is very important to know. And as we get closer to Territory Day on June 29th, just remember these things. That's our day. That's not a day we share with anyone. That's our day. No one should be trying to hijack our day, Territory Day. You know, we're looking at this celebration of many people, and it's about valor and courage and sacrifice in the march toward greater autonomy, shaping collective pride. That's what Territory Day is going to be about. And I thank all the organizers who are organizing it, because our ancestors fought for us, because when they were given things that were shameful, the history of this place is that we were given, and I said it in this house already a few days ago, we were given the properties in the hill because they were disgraced. Only the cows and all of them used to go up in the hills. So the flat land was for those who enslaved us, and the hill land were given to us because they were thought about as nothing. But one thing about a Virgin Islander is that we have such a heavy spirit of resilience that whatever person give us that is trash, we have the ability through the grace of God to turn it into a treasure. And I said that because We know all from where we come from, and we know all what the aims are. And I have stated over and over that those who we have to report to, and it should really be report with or report and speak with, have to understand that professional disagreements cannot be seen as being disrespectful. We come into this house rightfully, as the opposition said, and we have disagreements. Sometimes they get overboard, and you have to forgive each other. Sometimes some go out with a mic in the yard and they speak, but I forgive them. Because if you keep your hands and hearts full of the past, you'll never get to grab the bright future that God has for you. And that's why I have an open door policy, and I tell them, come along. But Mr. Speaker, we have to learn from the lessons of the past. I was never in favor of having anybody else other than a Virgin Islander, a person from the Virgin Islands in the seat of the CEO. No one could have ever convinced me then nor now that that job could not be done by one of our people. The issue we have is that even our own people refuse to pay our people their worth. So had one of our local persons gone there from and said they might have never make $350,000. Mr. Speaker, that's why I say that when we're marching and we're going to get into forward thinking, let's not just focus on the politicians. Because if the politician had said, well, all right, let me see if I could get $10,000 more on the salary, which probably would lead him up to $100,000 for the year we want to grow, but one man land went with $350,000 a year. And up to now, nobody don't see anything wrong with that. Well, I said most people, not nobody. Most persons don't see anything wrong with that. And the same job is being done by a Virgin Islander now, be it acting. And it's not coincidental that the RDA is moving how it's moving. And the CEO is someone that I have utmost respect for. We don't always see eye to eye with everything, but that's life. I respect him. But the CDB money that they're moving on now, let's not forget something to put in the archives of this honorable house. Because the loan was there before our time. But there was a full listing of projects more than what can be done for the $65 million. And as a result, the loan was not moving. The only thing was coming out was interest and a few $1 million in the technical consultancy. And CDB came and they wrote first, and then they came and sat in my office. And when they sat in my office, we were able to get some decisions made and come up with a plan. But we have to have some heavy discussions going forward with the UK, like we have done thus far since we took office. I remember when they wanted to deal with the public registers, and I went to the UK with the Premier, then Premier. I sat and I heard them address us in some ways that I myself had to question. But that's the nature of most bigger countries. Whenever they speak to smaller countries, they oftentimes think that we are small, so we should just sit up and shut up. And the world is moving in such a way nowadays that even your very own children, you can't just tell them go do something. They're asking you how come. Long ago, you just go do it before you get mouth bust by your parents. And you don't ask any question. But even now, the smallest child will ask you, Daddy, how come? Mommy, why do I have to do that? That doesn't make any sense. And sometimes with your training from your old folks, you want to rifle them a fist one over what they're questioning me for, and then you have to realize times change. That's just how it is. Because everybody now born with a mind of their own. As a matter of fact, the young people, the young children are now born, when they're born, they're done taking up a computer and doing things with it. You want to know if they were here already. Every era, people will advance. But there's some basic things that never change. Respect. Mutual respect. That doesn't change. But one of the problems that we have with the relationship is one in which we have to first find out if both of us have the same goals. There are those that say that we do. But I've found out that if you have the same goal for anything, getting it achieved is easier. There's never really much fights. So I have a problem when persons try to brand one set of entity as no good. Because when the Lord look at all of us, there's none worthy. And a lot of times our people don't do research to see, well, what is happening on the other side? It's no different. As a matter of fact, it's worse. And we have to put things in place to help our people. RDA, I will fight to the highest extent to influence the board. Not politically, but heritage-wise, to put a BV Islander, a Virgin Islander in that CEO spot. We took it that when it started, and I mean permanently, till when the RDA's time is up. We took it that yes, there was no one here experience. Well, we took that, I never swallowed it. Because that's always a song we've been given. But this constitutional review, they only the post I age going in there as a Virgin Islander. Every single post that we have that is a senior post, they have to be attached to it. The financial secretary, the controller of customs, immigration, commissioner of police. All of those senior posts have to have inside of it that it must be a Virgin Islander. And in the cases where we don't have one qualified, there are going to be provisos in there to say within the first one that is qualified, then when the time is up with the contract, they must be considered and approved. This is when you're fighting for your country. Now, when we talk about moving on, we have to ask if we still, what it is really we will need the loan for, and have discussions with it. Because I'm of the conviction that if we're going to take this loan with a loan guarantee, it cannot be but just repairing stuff now. It has to be about dealing with something that's going to be done that will bring in the revenue and open the door for much more revenue so everything can get done. We have to be careful spending, as the old people say, a whack on money and things weren't going to bring in any money. And then when you look, we don't have money to do the other things. And with COVID-19, we have to be so mindful, because we're going to end back up here with some amendments again, because there's certain things in the RDA, the CDB loan, and every loan that we go that didn't factor in COVID-19. And we're working on that because they have to be factored in, especially with the awarding of contracts and the bidding of contracts. Locals will have to be partners in any company. I don't fake on that one there at all. You cannot afford to have this kind of money going out of your country with COVID-19 when no one knows the length or the breadth of COVID-19 and how long it will take. But I want to say that we went to the UK too. And when we went to the UK, everyone was concerned for me. My Minister of Health was with me and saying, Premier, you know you're passionate about the people. I want you to keep your cool in those meetings. And when we came back, I heard all kind of things that, but I couldn't even believe it. Well, we in the UK, I heard that we went to meetings late, pure lie. I heard that they rough us up there. Irish boy rough me up. My house ain't gonna bug. Man, if you don't disrespect me in a meeting, I get up and tell them, look, let's straighten it out and go about this thing here differently. Not like that happened. When I came back and I was hearing all the talk, I said, well, my God, I wonder if I went to the UK or somebody else. But when we went in the meetings, there were some meetings that were a little high temperature, but in all those who went with me said, Premier, keep your cool. I know you're passionate. But when I look, I would have wanted the meeting telling them keep their cool. Everybody else, get a little flighty. And I was the one there that told me count to 10, and I had to tell them, you all count to 10, relax. And we were told that what we went for cannot happen. Today now we're renegotiating the ratios. So our borrowing power has moved from roughly what would have been about 110 million now to close to 190 million, almost 200 million, because of the formula that we were saying that was being used to calculate the ratio had to be adjusted. And what do I mean by that? All the debt, when it was agreed for us, was factored in the expenditure and debts. So whether it was a statutory body or not, whatever debt they had was ours, and a percentage of it was attached on through the protocols. So Social Security, if you had a debt, that's ours. Electricity, if you had a debt, there was a certain percentage, that's ours. Our argument has always been you have to recalibrate how you're doing that, because all the revenue that they were making, savings they have, that was not factored in. So the only revenue that was factored in is that from central government, and only certain parts of it also. All that is what we've been negotiating, and I break it down for you as simple as could be. And there's some other areas that we're negotiating, and we're going to do so respectfully. But we're here with the Recovery and Development and the Borrowing Committee and the Recovery Steering Group. And I heard that when we came up with the Borrowing Committee, I just heard that there's some in you that the UK are saying that they're not going to recognize the Borrowing Committee and Recovery Steering Group. And I told them, well, nobody wrote to me with that. That can't be true. So far, no one never told me this. And I heard that this morning when I was coming in here, and I told them, do not say gossip. Don't go into that at all. Because I've never heard that and seen it coming forward, so I could never, do that. And I know that's something that will get out there, so I have to address it early. Because you can never ever say that they're not for what the Cabinet and the House of Assembly has approved or will approve. But the RDA, we have spoken, and they're going out more aggressively, training our contractors and getting them ready for these kind of bids. But the source of it is what you have to get to, why we get to this point. And how do we bring some of our smaller contractors up now that these have challenged the petty contract from before our time? How do you get them up to par? And that is something we'll be bringing very shortly. How do we transition after the RDA? Because we know these things are put in and hopefully they never come back out. That is something we'll be transitioning very shortly. And the spirit of our Constitution talks about our ability to continue to be a self-governing society and our territory. And I want to say with it for you very carefully in that what we have to recognize with that is it not saying that we're going towards independence. No, but it has to continue to groom us, and the partnership must be one grooming us towards that for whenever the time comes, and we ourselves grooming and policing ourselves till when that time comes. We've been doing our part since we got in the government, trying to bring the accounts up to date, trying to work on the audited financial statements. We're trying to get a ministerial code that they want. The committee set up, it'll be meeting and getting going as far as I'm understanding. But let's not fool ourselves. The past matters. You see, I just want us to forget the whole past in the mindset that we're not going to use that to control what's going to happen in the future. So you don't hold it. But my father taught me that the man that gets hit might forget, because I told him the man will get hit, never forget. He said, no, son. The man will get hit might forget. But the man that got hit and was left with a scar could never forget. He could forgive. But the nature is one that whenever he sees the scar, he remembers, but it's up to him not to go forward with that kind of hatred and vengeance. Just know and remember the lessons of the past and never move with that again. And I said that, Mr. Speaker, because we want to make sure that when we forget the past in this house, it's forgotten for everybody and everything in terms of forgiveness of it, so that we could move forward. It cannot be that it's going to be remembered when people get angry and remember what we haven't done and try to put us in the mindset not to remember anything else, because that won't be prudent. But I'm here to walk to forget it. I'm here a good while. I take some of the best shots, political shots. I'm still here, thank God. But here's for the people. And the same where we have to show the leadership. Because during the hurricane, one of the things that people keep crying out for was the leadership. And you see, when you go in any situation, and I'm not saying that persons were in there leading. Remember, the fort was a giant during the hurricane. But the leadership. And in any area where you are in the blind man country, the one-eyed man becomes king. So where there was a lack of perceived leadership, the one-eyed king came in, and known as the hero during that time. But Mr. Speaker, now times have changed. And when we go and you fight on a principle for your people, you have to stick on it, Mr. Speaker. Because one of the talents that I've noticed with persons who try to sidetrack you when you're doing the work of the people is that they do you like the story with the frog when they were trying to boil the frog. They don't put you in the hot water one time. They put you in a nice big pan with cool water, and you're there relaxing, the frog in there relaxing. Every now and again they go to the stove and they turn up the heat a little bit till when the frog adjusts to it, and before he knows he's boiled, dead, gone. You know? So you have to study the past to make sure that persons don't repeat it. Because the past, what it should not be held on to, matters. My favorite movie, The Lion King, when it was Rafiki, yeah, and Simba was telling him, look, don't worry about that, that's in the past doesn't matter, I'll not be any king, forget about it. And Rafiki hit him the stick across his head. I watched Lion King now probably about 50 times in my lifetime. And when he hit Simba, Simba said, Simba, when they go hit him back, he said, wait, why hit me? It's in the past. So the past matters, but it shouldn't be held on to so you can't get to the future. We all have made some mistakes in the past, but we have to forgive each other fully, not partially. And we have to understand that those who are seemingly look like they're judging us, that they have a past too. And that past, although we can forgive, we can't forget. because there's a modern way to try to come to get things done, to continue the same agenda as before. And you have to be mindful. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of what I'm seeing out of the RDA lately, and they have my support. When I approve the RDA for us, Mr. Speaker, I approve it under certain mindsets. But I didn't know certain things until when I arrived, and the member for the second said it. I think he said it perfectly. Because when I arrived, and I saw some of the things, I said we have to renegotiate. And that we did. And Mr. Speaker, we have to prepare ourselves. Because the BVI has changed right in front of our very eyes, and even as we are here speaking now is not enough. Because some persons realize we're such a forgiving community that they come with their agendas and they get our attention when it boils up, but they know that when we calm down, most of us go to sleep and forget to continue to plan for the future. So they keep planning. By the time we catch ourselves, we're behind, and we look at the one that's wrong. We have to educate our young people, not only in school, but outside of school, to let them to know that your schooling is not just so you could get a salary. It's so that you could make sure that you remain a patriot for your territory. Your schooling is to help you to understand that you have to make sure that you fight for this land to keep it as ours. And Mr. Speaker, the reason I bring this up is because I bring it up and I hear, as I'm here standing in my ears, the voices, and I don't say this politically to get any points, because I'm already the premier, I don't do 6 terms, the voice of our Lady Dolores Christopher saying, keep your eyes on the ball and don't lose our country. And I always remember in the opposition sitting down, hearing her fighting against this RDA. It wasn't that she was against the RDA, people misunderstood it. It was that she was against us doing things that will help us lose that which was already given to us. And when I took office, we were negotiating it, I was insulted so many times by some of the hierarchy, both in writing and verbally. And some of us same people that heard about it were on the street laughing. But I recognize that you never ever forget the fight of those who gone on before, especially those who give their life. Because whether we want to hear it or not, Dolores Christopher gave her life for this fight. And it wasn't a fight against the UK. It wasn't what she was against, it's what she was for. She was for the people of the Virgin Islands. And that's why I stuck this negotiation out, even when some of my technical people left my side. Because I know that we could get better things negotiated with the ratios, and just like that, I know that we could get better things negotiated with the loan guarantee. Because you see, some people think that when they hold you out long enough, that they could get enough people having you seem as if you're the negative one and they're the positive, and lose sight of what the fight is, and have them to drop the fight and make you drop it. But if you fight on a principle for the people, the Lord will open doors for you. So today when we restructure the idea, we restructure it with the mindset of people like the Lady Dolores Christopher in it. I don't say it loosely, because we've been doing that. The deputy premier been with me, and I told him all the time, we can't let D down. I told him we can't let down his parents, we can't let down all of those who fought for this land. We're in the fight of our life, and people still focusing on fight. If people understand the kind of fight that we're in for the heart and soul of this territory, they'll understand that, look, even if I don't like fight, let me focus on the main thing and keep the main thing the main thing. Because, like said before by all other speakers, and I think the member of the second said it best, we fought for this territory when we were going from village to village on foot. And when we finally got a mule that was like a Cadillac, and a donkey was a Rolls Royce. We fought in this country and there were only a few people who ended up with vehicles to carry us from east to west. And you had those from the east, you had those from the west. And even I remember people telling stories that my father being one of the force with a car and he had named it To Hell and Back. But oh, if you only don't know what To Hell and Back means. Because that's where we are. To hell and back. And on the road to heaven. Our best days of the Virgin Islands are ahead of us. But we have to stick together for the common cause. Yes, if you ain't like what happening politically, let's talk about it. Nobody's perfect. I agree 100%. I was in the opposition longer than a member of the fort. I was a professional opposition member. You just reach. I'm glad to hear him say that the opposition is there to help make decisions and run it. I would try and tell him so for years. But he can see that I'm running it in Rochester where I respect his voice. And I listened to the member and I told him I hear him well in terms of how he went through with the $40 million for Social Security. But more than that was lost with investments abroad. But we won't get into that yet. But the issue that I have is that there are more people, when you do things traditional, that try to get in your way to help the people of the Virgin Islands in certain offices than there are those that will try to get you to help them in a transparent and accountable way. They get out of their beds saying, let me block FOI, and not seeing that FOI try and help the people. And that's the fight that you'll be in. But that's leadership. That's part of leadership. So I want to say that we have a lot of work to do on our own, and we're doing them. We're just talking them. We brought all the old SAPs. We have more today to do with motions. We have all kind of things that we're doing with the finances to get them up to date. And we want to make sure that we get all those things up to date. Because the leadership, when it was lacking, opened a door for some things that came in. And we want to make sure that those who are in understand that we are going to walk in harmony with whether the governor or the UK, because we have to respect them. But it must be reciprocal. Because the truth of the matter is that there are documents that give them certain leverage over us that with time we'll negotiate it. Because if you're saying that we are partners and partnership is mutual, it can't be one tell the other and the other must comply. But the other one has no one to report to. So the other one can always do what they want. That's not a partnership. It must be mutual respect. And if I have to be held accountable for saying so, hold me. It must be mutual respect. And I can see how the idea was structured. That with the Act, and whenever you go touch the Act, you know, there are those who say, well, the UK have to give a chime in here for an Act that's passed in our house. Something's wrong with that. So it tells me a lot. But at the same time, too, it is what we have it. And I have an issue when you have to put something new on top of what you have to achieve what you want. Because really and truly, if the public service were failing in transparency and accountability, that's not a failure of ours. That's a failure of the same ones who put in the RDA. But persons don't look at it that way. So why do we have to continue to put entities on top of us to cover up others' mistakes, but yet give us the blame? But now it is time for us together to work on the public service, because we have a lot of good public servants, and it cannot be the same entity now working in isolation without ministers, because we missed the opportunity in the last constitutional review to have it under ministers. I was always for that, although my side voted against it. But now is the time to have those discussions. Because if you feel more comfortable with who you don't know running you over who you know and who you could remove if they're not doing what they have to do, then I have some issues with it. That means that you have not matured from so many 450 years ago. So I welcome this new plan that we have with the RDA, and we're going to make it work. And the RDA and us, for the time that it has, going to work well, and the transitioning of skills and knowledge and experience going to work well. And when the time comes for it to transition out, we will already be ready. And I know that I can count on the people of the Virgin Islands to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't go into anything else because I think that our members have exhausted all the topics. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad to have all our members just about speak on it. I'm glad for all the intervention that has come, because variety is what adds spice to anything. But when leadership can leave his ego or her ego at the door and listen to all that's said and pick out the areas that we know that we have to concentrate on, and even call people together and tell them, come, let's go work on this, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. That is mature behavior. Mr. Speaker, that's why I respect every elected member in this House. I know how it is to be in opposition. That's why when I ask a question, I take it very seriously and I go for all the information. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I know that the people they can even get RDA to help them in this new endeavor with the people being hurted and all the systems you're putting in. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I love each and every member of this House, and I know what the district reps have to go through. That's why I make sure all of them got the $300,000. Because I remember during OMA, I was hoping that I could get the attention of a few of them. The Minister of Communication, the member of the fourth, I must say he came down. He took some blows, but he did come through some things. But Mr. Speaker, up to now, I didn't get down some of his members to come to the meeting to speak to the people because they were playing a lot of games in the time of need. They stretched for money during that time or any kind of thing that you would need to help the people that was on the 4th district down there. I could have depended on the member for the 4th. And I could have depended on one other member, but other than that, it was the same political games. But I will not play that during COVID-19. I will not play that overall. I'm going to respect them, make sure everyone of that look at the maturity of leadership, that everyone got the same amount of money with the same rules to readily help the people of the district. That's why when people was hearing the member for the 4th today, passionate, I told them that he's passionate about what he's saying, but he's also saying thank you for that money. I heard it in his voice. And you're welcome. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll close, and I put this here to rest so that we can vote on this new RDA plan with the borrowing committee in place of all people so that they could look over any loans, and also the steering group, so which all of it, the leader of opposition was called. We spoke about it, and he has his section in there to make sure that there was no political affiliation in terms of one side alone. So we included while we were rewriting the amending the legislation and everything to make sure both sides involved. And that's in this revised plan and with the borrowing committee and with the steering group. Because I know that these positions are only transient. After a while, we're gone out of them. But once we can have persons who could rise above political parties and think territory and purpose, and allow the purpose to help them push and propel them to do great things for the people, that's when the BVI will rise to a next level, which it is already rising to, despite COVID-19. So, Mr. Speaker, with those words, I say thank you, and now we can put it to a vote. Those three things, the new RDA plan, the recovery steering committee, and the borrowing guideline, all inside the one motion. We can now put it to a vote.
Second motion, second motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Premier, Minister, and Minister of Finance, and member of the First District. The motion before this House. The motion before the House concerning Section 3.1 of the Virginia Recovery and Development Agency Act 2018, number 1 of 2018, has been moved and second. Those in favor? Those against? You want a division of votes? I call on the clerk to call out the members' names.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes.
What is that? The mic.
Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes.
Aye.
Honorable Shireen B. Flax Charles, Territorial Member.
Aye.
Honorable Sharif B. De Castro, Territorial Member.
Aye.
Honorable Andrew A. Foy, Member for the 4th District.
Yes.
Honorable Julian Fraser, Member for the 3rd District. Honorable Calvin Malone, Territorial Member.
Aye, yes.
Honorable Marlon A. Penn, Member for the 8th District. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, Member for the 5th District.
Yes.
Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, Member for the 2nd District.
Yes.
Honorable Mac H. Kantapool, Member for the 4th District.
Yes.
Honorable Natalia D. Whitley, Member for the 7th District.
Yes.
Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, Member for the 9th District.
Yes.
We have 10 is and 2 absent. The motion carried and passed. Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable Neville A. Smith, territorial member, is actually chairing as speaker, so he cannot vote. Thank you.
So the motion has been passed. At this time, we will have a recess for lunch and return back at 4:45. House is in recess.
Please be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, will continue with the amended order of the day. So therefore, I call upon the Premier to move another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas, thank you for being able to move this motion, standing in my name. So whereas the Pioneer Services and Enterprise Ordinance Cap 297 hereinafter referred to as the Ordinance empowers the Cabinet to confer pioneer status on certain industries if satisfied that it is expedient in the public interest to do so. Whereas the objective of the ordinance is to encourage investment in various sectors of enterprises and enhance the development process of the Virgin Islands by providing tax and custom duty relief. Whereas the first schedule of the ordinance outlines the pioneer services and pioneer enterprises in respect of which applicants may be granted pioneer status by the Cabinet. Whereas it is considered necessary in the public interest to expand the list of pioneer services and pioneer enterprises provided in the first schedule of the ordinance to accommodate new and emerging services and enterprises to further encourage investment and enhance the development of the Virgin Islands. And whereas Section 11 of the ordinance provides that the House of Assembly may by resolution add to, amend, revoke, or replace any of the schedules in the ordinance. Now therefore be resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the amendment to the first schedule to include provision of dental services. Mr. Speaker, as you know, pioneer status and pioneer services is one in which we continue to do to help stimulate business in our territory among our people. And what we have found, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a dire need for dentists in this territory. And we have a few of our people who have studied dentistry and have come back, and some of them want to do their practices, but we know that the equipment is very expensive. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just a motion, just to be able to add on the dental services to the list of the schedule of services where we will allow for the pioneer status, which will assist them with getting the monies off with duties for equipments to come into the territory, among other areas. And Mr. Speaker, this is our way to continue to help our people in industries where we have a dire need and need more of our persons in the field of dentistry, along with other medical areas, but other areas too, not just in medical areas. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I do so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. Having observed anyone wishing to speak, I call upon the sponsor of the motion to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that robust debate. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I thank everyone in the House, because if we didn't have cooperation, it couldn't be on the other paper or stay on the other paper, Mr. Speaker, and even reach to the stage. So we just want to encourage more of our people to get in these niche areas. And we, as a government, government after government have done it, but we continue to do it and expand the list to help our people in these areas where we are few in number, but also where there's a very, very dire need in the territory. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, the question before the House is a motion to add dental services to Cap 297 to receive pioneer status. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I turn to the procedural guide on page 9, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to consider, Mr. Speaker, the schedule of additional provisions, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. I have the number there. But to consider the schedule of additional provision as it is on all the paper 10, where it says to be it resolved that the House of Assembly of Virgin Islands approves the sum of $1,112,281 as detailed in the schedule, which presents monies expended in excess of the amount appropriated by the House of Assembly for the year 2016. So we're dealing with the schedule of additional provisions for the year of 2016. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider the schedule of additional provision for the year 2016. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. The House is now in committee. now resumes its sitting. I call upon the Minister of Finance to report on his resolution of 2016.
Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the schedule of additional provision of 2016 was examined in detail and have passed through committee stage. Just without amendments. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, so be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, if you go on to page 10. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I guess the floor will be open now for a report, Mr. Speaker, that it came out of the committee stage without amendments. Mr. Speaker, so be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands debated that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approved the supplementary estimate that was set out in the schedule, which represents the monies to that were expended under the respective heads in the variation of the amounts appropriated by the Appropriation Act 2008. That the House of Assembly approved the sum of $1,112,281 as detailed in the schedule, which represents monies expended in excess of the amount appropriated by the House of Assembly for the year 2016, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as we are doing, just regularizing a lot of the accounts from in the past years so that we can tidy up the accounts and move forward with making sure that we get all that is needed for the different audited financial statements. And in this case, the Auditor General did highlight certain expenditures that were not included in the original cleanup SAP. So, Mr. Speaker, with doing that now, we had to come back to the House to make sure the House is involved in the cleanup exercise. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all I'll say for now because we have exhausted these topics over the last few days. But I move this motion, Mr. Speaker, and leave it for the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The motion on the SAP of 2016 has been moved and seconded. Therefore, the floor is now open for debate. No one has caught my eyes and is willing to debate the SAP of 2016. So therefore, I call upon the Minister of Finance and sponsor of the motion to summarize and wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's just a matter of as I said, a cleanup exercise. This was expenditure in 2016, so it's a cleanup exercise to help us to be able to manage our finances and as prudent as possible, and as mandated by the Constitution, especially with the audited financial statements. And also, Mr. Speaker, for the Auditor General for us also be able to balance our books based on certain areas that the Auditor General spot during her exercise of trying to get the audited financial statements of 2016. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone who was involved in this exercise.
I thank the Premier. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House of Assembly approves the sum of money detailed in the schedule of additional provisions for the year 2016. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedule of additional provision, Mr. Speaker, for the Appropriation Act 2018, number 1 of 2018, Mr. Speaker, that that's as follows: a recurrent expenditure of $1,095,000 to be charged against the consolidated fund of the Territory B capital acquisition expenditure of $1,229,089.51 to be charged against the development fund of the Territory by way of funds transferred from the consolidated fund. C, development expenditure of $10,576,586 to be charged against the development fund of the Territory by way of the funds transferred from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, this motion is now committed to the Committee of the Whole House for the Appropriation Act 2018 for expenditures that were experienced in 2018.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedule of additional provision number 1 of 2018. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now in committee. I call upon the Minister of Finance to report on the deliberation of the SAP for 2018.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the schedule of additional provisions of the Appropriation Act 2018, number 1 of 2018, were examined in detail and have passed through the committee stage without amendment, with amendments, sorry. Mr. Speaker, so be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimate set out in the schedule, which represents monies to be expended under their respective heads in variation of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act 2018, number 1 of 2018, as follows. A, recurrent expenditure of $1,095,000 to be charged against the consolidated fund of the territory. B, capital acquisition expenditure of $1,229,089.51 to be charged against the development fund of the territory by way of funds transferred from the consolidated fund. C, development expenditure of $10,576,586 to be charged against the development fund of the territory by way of funds transferred from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is a cleanup exercise of monies expended in 2018 so that we can continue to clean up the books and get our finances regularized, especially with assisting us with getting the audited financial statements up to date as mandated by the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
To second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded for the SAP number 1 of 2018. Therefore, the floor is now open for debate. Haven't observed any member wishing to debate. I ask the mover of the motion, the Premier, to summarize his motion and wrap up the debate.
Thank you, everyone, for the robust debate. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is just a cleanup exercise of the monies expended in 2018, and we continue to do quite a few of these. And, Mr. Speaker, even in certain areas where there were reallocations, which is normal, but we'll make sure that we get it to the House in a more timely manner. For example, those in 2019, we'll try to get them here in the course of 2020 so that they don't lapse so long. And then the other SAP, Mr. Speaker, to get to the House within due course, Mr. Speaker, so that we can continue to police ourselves and not be worried about anyone policing us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the mover of the motion. It has been moved and seconded that the House of Assembly approves the sum of money detailed in the Schedule of Additional Provision number 1 of 2018. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed as amended. Moving right along now with the order of the day, we move back to the final bill, which is the Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020. So therefore, I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020. I move that the bill shortly entitled Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 be read a second time Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, it is just to briefly state what is the main thrust behind of this act, Mr. Speaker. And the main thrust behind of it is to centralize the funding and how it will be distributed. Mr. Speaker, we have some other legislations which implied in terms of when they seize, whether it be police or whoever, where the money goes. And we have a few of them just on their own. But this now is going to be the umbrella of them, Mr. Speaker, and also the percentage which is mostly have to go towards our law enforcement with the seizure. But we have cases where, Mr. Speaker, there are certain entities in law enforcement that would hold the money and it wouldn't be distributed accordingly. So now this will be given a fair distribution across the different law enforcement agencies when assets are seized and they have a forfeiture. So, Mr. Speaker, this is so as to bring balance to our law enforcement agencies who work very hard. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's a joint effort, but when the time comes after what is seized to be shared, there's always some discrepancies in some gray areas in that section. So, Mr. Speaker, with this now, this will give a percentage in which the House has the ability to decide. The numbers that are there are just put there as guide, or as we go through it in the debate in the committee stage. If the House sees it fit to adjust the percentages, then please feel free to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, this will carry us quite a long way, Mr. Speaker, now that this will be done. And this will help us, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that our law enforcement agencies will not have to be, I would say, as we say in our language, squabbling about what is theirs and what is not. Mr. Speaker, it's very important we notice that. And there'll be a committee that shall meet at least once every quarter at such place and time as may be designated by the chairperson. So we also have a committee, Mr. Speaker, that will be helping looking over this. And there are certain stipulations for the committee on how to function. So, Mr. Speaker, that also will be there. Mr. Speaker, there are certain laws that will guide and policies that will guide how the committee will be performing their duties. And, Mr. Speaker, is mostly about the management of it. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not a complicated bill at all. And it just will be sharing of the proceeds from the seized property by law enforcement agencies, whether in or outside the Virgin Islands, and the powers of the Attorney General with the approval of the Cabinet to enter agreements with the government of foreign state to territories for the reciprocal sharing of the proceeds and disposition of the property forfeited to the Crown. Mr. Speaker, this established a fund to be known as the Seized Property Fund, which fund shall be under the administration and control of the committee, and into which shall be paid through proceeds of disposition of forfeited property, or any amount recovered as the proceeds of disposition of the forfeited property, and money paid to the government of the Virgin Islands by a foreign jurisdiction in respect of confiscated assets. And they will be deducted from all the deposits to the fund, any administration fee legally and duly payable to any person, and any sums payable under Clause 13. All money standing in the account of the fund shall be divided as specified in Schedule 2. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the real crux of the fund, and we'll go through the debate. Persons will be able to give their input, and during the committee stage, we'll be able to go through clause by clause. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to the second motion, and I will reserve my comments for later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate on the Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020. I recognize the member for the 4th District, the Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was looking for the bill to see if I could see how it was being distributed. But, Mr. Speaker, I always have a little difficulty understanding whether and somebody may explain it to me better, that because it's a forfeiture or seized goods, that either it's policy or rule or law that has to go towards the law enforcement agencies, and whether that's an incentive for them to seize or carry out their duties. I'm not sure if I understand it too well. I'm not being funny about it, but I have to try to understand it, because it always seems to be the fact that when these things happen, that it must go towards law enforcement agencies. What happens when these seizures become bigger and bigger and bigger, and forfeitures become bigger and bigger and bigger? It's only directed to law enforcement agencies? I would like to know a little bit more about that and understand it. Why can't some of it go to education? It's in this one, I hope. And to other things. Because I don't want us to believe or feel that because the law enforcement agencies have worked so hard to make this happen, that is their entitlement. And I want to make sure that we understand that this can be used for other purposes. I recall when there was some, in AGU, I don't know if you remember, but there was some large forfeiture or something. What was it again? IPOC, yes. It was, I think it was a very large sum between Bermuda and BVI, $45 million, when a portion of it was for BVI and a portion was for Bermuda, right? And we were able to use it for different purposes that we allocated, some to law enforcement, yes, some to other projects and so on that we can do. So I am very pleased that we are centralizing it and having an overarching arm of managing this and where it goes. But I want to make sure that we follow up where it goes. Oh yes, I see 20% is going to education, which is a good thing, and so on. So I want to encourage that and support it, because I don't know how much further it's going to go, but also I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill because it brings some level of control, and there has been in the recent past some misunderstanding about who controls it, who manages it, who stores it, who keeps it, and who unkeeps it. Thank you. My contacts went bad and my glasses just arrived, so I can now see. Yes, so that is good, Mr. Speaker. And I want to make sure I'm clear because, Mr. Speaker, this morning I spoke a little bit, and I see a news story came out that I wasn't sure if I was in the same room with whoever heard that story. The story said, I saw a news story came out, and I have to apologize to the news persons who was listening. It wasn't Vino, it was Platinum this time, I must say. But I must apologize to the group. They have a nice picture of me there, looking very young. But it says, Vanterpool slams opposition. I was in the same room. I got to play back the tape. Why did I play the tape again? Because I wasn't sure that I understand what. And I'm sure that I probably wasn't clear in what I was saying, so the reporter misunderstood. Slams the opposition, the governor, for holding back foreign-led government. I didn't slam the governor for holding back any government or opposition. I mean, I'm slamming myself then. So, you know, I am careful how I'm saying this thing about this forfeiture and this seizure, because next thing somebody may go there and say something else, and then that's a very sensitive thing we're dealing with there. So I just want to encourage the reporter who wrote this to get in touch with me and let me try to explain what I was trying to say. Maybe I didn't say it right. So if they can get that story right for me, and I can explain it again. I wouldn't waste the time of the House here to explain it again, but I want them to understand. And this one here, I'm basically saying, let me say it over let me see if I can explain it right on this subject that we are discussing here, that, I support the Premier as he expressed the objects and reasons for the bill to be able to centralize and have an overarching management and control of forfeited and seized goods in the territory so that there can be no discrepancies and no ambiguities is the word I'm looking for. There can be no ambiguities about how we're going to manage it and where these funds should be controlled and managed. And ultimately, that it belongs to the consolidated fund and then distributed as per we are agreeing in this legislation today. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very important matters to sort out in these times, and I want to lend my full support to this very important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District for his contributions. Seeing no one else wishing to speak on the bill, I call upon the sponsor of the bill to wrap up.
Yeah.
Honorable Premier, I call upon the sponsor to wrap up. Oh, I am being told that the leader of the opposition wishes to speak. I recognize the leader of the opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be extremely brief. I guarantee I won't be controversial, so the other members won't have to stand. But, Mr. Speaker, I too join my colleague. I think it was important for us to approve and support this bill. I think it tries to regularize the process in terms of seizures in the territory. I know we have some legislation under the Financial Services MLA legislation and other pieces of legislation on the financial services that deals with assets and proceeds of criminal conduct. I think we needed the overarching legislation to divvy up proceeds once they're seized, and I think this legislation aims to do that. The percentages are listed in Schedule 2. It says 5% for law enforcement agencies, Royal Virginia's Police Force, 5% for FIA, 5% for customs, 15% for legal and court sector, 20% for education, health services, and 10%, this is a lot of percentages, 10% for asset seizure and management committee, for the committee itself, and 20% for any other category, including Financial Services Commission, in cases where the Commission has participated in investigation resulting in confiscation, as Cabinet may, in its discretion, determine. So it clearly outlines where assets will now go. I know there's always been this gray area when proceeds are seized. Specifically, we've seen a lot of seizures lately, and there's always been this concern in terms of how the funds will be handled. People have this assumption that once they see a seizure, that the money goes straight into the consolidated fund and the government has this money available to spend. It doesn't work that way. It takes some time to work out the details in terms of the allocation and all the things are related. And this bill seeks to address that issue and at least bring some clarity to the process. So I won't belabor the process, Premier. I believe that will go through the committee and we'll be able to iron out the details and make sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's to make sure that the funds, once they're seized, repatriated back into the system to help with law enforcement and to help our people in other ways as well. So I rise to support and look forward to the discussion in the committee stages.
I thank the member for the 8th District for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wigley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the previous speaker, I too will be brief, but I must lend my support to this bill, Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this morning about the need to build capacity and strengthen institutions. Mr. Speaker, this is one more step in that direction of strengthening institutions. This bill, this act here, puts us in compliance with CFATF. I think it was recommended many years ago that this should be part of our regiment of acts to do. Mr. Speaker, persons often see the police seizing large sums of money, and like the member for the 8 said, they often wonder what happens to this money. Is it all the police money or is it government money? This act clearly is put in place to manage that money, to manage the money. And it's going to be managed through a fund and a committee. And I'm very happy to see with the various areas being getting money. Right of police, police force, customs, education, etc. But there's one area that's missing that I will argue for in committee, Mr. Speaker. It is very important that if you're going to build institutions, that they receive the funding. And if you're going to be seizing assets, I think it's very important that we put the money where it needs to go. I remember very clearly with the IPAC fund, that fund became available, I think, during the commercial court time when I was working on that project. And I think it was $45 million, of which the BVI got $22.5 million. And if memory serves me right, I think we got a small percentage to go towards the commercial court. And it was most useful at that time. Mr. Speaker, we expect this forfeiture of monies and so forth, seizures, to grow in size. We saw a few days ago, I think in Puerto Rico, they got $2 million cash, $2 million. As time goes on, we expect these things to be larger. At some point in time, maybe 10 million, 20 million, and so forth. There should never be any confusion when this monies are seized, what we're going to do with them. I've seen a little confusion as to where this money we seized last year. And it's question, this one asks, that one asks, the other one. At the end of the day, you still don't know where this money really is. This one thing they should have it, this one thing they should have it. They can't touch the money until this court case, and all sorts of different things you go on with. Meanwhile, the money is sitting there sometimes for years. And when it finally is released, those who are involved at the beginning are no longer there in the end. So who knows what happened to this money? Because it's not really in anybody's books like that. This act here is going to change all of that. Mr. Speaker, is these simple things. We have, the agenda we have is a law agenda. And we're here doing just that, passing laws and regulations to make this country better, to make us more accountable. It's part of good governance. So I'm really, really happy, Mr. Speaker, to stand and support this act. And with those few words, I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are here to debate this bill, Mr. Speaker, I too want to join and lend my voice in support of this. And Mr. Speaker, I briefly want to speak about a little background information where this bill was drafted against the backdrop the Virgin Islands' current non-compliance with the requirements of Recommendation 38 of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation. The interpretative note to Recommendation 4 and 38 respectively requires countries to establish mechanisms that will enable their competent authorities to effectively manage and, when necessary, dispose of property that is frozen or seized or has been confiscated. The Virgin Islands obligation under the said recommendation includes an obligation in relation to property frozen or seized under our domestic proceedings, as well as requests from foreign authorities. It is important to note that The interpretative note to Recommendation 38 requires countries to establish an asset forfeiture fund into which all or a portion of confiscated property will be deposited for law enforcement, health, education, and other appropriate purposes. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is necessary for us to be in compliance with the task force recommendation. And Mr. Speaker, I also, join in and with the support of this bill so that the monies can be all and the assets can be distributed from one place. And other members spoke about, there shouldn't be a fight now as to who will be in charge of what and so forth. It will all be now earmarked as to where each and all aspect of the asset would be going. So, Mr. Speaker, briefly, my support in regards to this bill, I'm in full support. So thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the 5th District. I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honourable Neville A. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill also. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring something to our attention here. We have a schedule here showing us where a lot of this money is going. But we have to realize that a lot of our social ills is caused through a lot of these proceedings that we're making after this. Because most time when we seize money is because of either drugs or some wrongdoing. And a lot of time, a lot of our people are affected by it. So we have to consider that when some of this money comes in, we put it towards our social ills, towards the people. Because sometimes some of the stuff that happens affects a lot of people's lives. It damages some of the people's lives. So we have to consider that when we go in the committee stage, because we have to look at the most time that we seize funds is when we really catch somebody doing wrong, and it affects a lot of lives. And we should take it and put it to good use. Like, for instance, sports. You have to try to build back our young people, because a lot of the same stuff that happened here break down that element, the young people. So we have to target a group of people, a community that is going to help. I'm seeing here we're talking about giving funds back to the police, back to financial investigation agencies. All that is well. But I feel we need to break this down in a way that we really, really affect and touch people's lives. In the past, when I was first elected, I asked a question. When money is collected, who holds the money? Where it goes? Because sometimes you seize your head, you seize this, you seize that, but you never know where the money reaches. You don't know where it's going. So this is a very good bill that we could now see where it's going. But you still have to be careful, because we want to be able to build on this. Because I think when you seize, there's a difference that when you seize money and when you confiscate money. Is that it, AG? That's how it goes? Right. So you have to watch that, because now, remember, if we seize money, who's going to hold that money till when we know it's forfeiture? The committee have to hold that money. And it wasn't like so before. Before, when money was held, it was held by the police. And only some people knew where that money was. You see, so this is a very good something that we're doing here. So, Mr. Speaker, like I say, I stand to support this with a few adjustments that we can make when we go on committee stage. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contributions. I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honourable Carvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for allowing me to lend my support, give my support to this bill. It was so self-explanatory that I was not going to speak, save for when my lauded colleague, honorable colleague, at-large colleague spoke. Where is the money going? Now, before I get to that, I wasn't going to speak because yesterday the Minister of Finance eloquently stated that how do you move money that was seized from certain events and place it and redirect it into proper events? Does it make dirty money clean? He will have to explain that when he gets up, Mr. Speaker. For me, I join hands because I was scanning down the list and I added all the numbers. I'm not sure, well, maybe someone else added them up. But I got 80% when I added these numbers. So there's a 20% reserved for health and social development. So I'm going to claim it even before we get into committee stage. 20%, no, the name and title is in there, but it has no classification to it. 20, and it only have health services. So if each of the others want to take off one, and so we can have the social ills, because we must build a home for the persons who are infected, who are differently abled. We must build the services for those who have issues as it relates to abuse of any kind. We must build services for all of our people. I wouldn't add the gaming and thing, but yes, we must have that in whatever we do, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. So it is critical that we get the committee moving. It is critical that we have folks who will then make sure that there is a net amount left in this, because I'm not sure, how does one, if you end up spending more to get the money that you're putting in, does it come out of this fund? Or that somebody else will pay for it and the fund will belong to this particular committee? I'm not sure. Is deducted from it. So we have to make sure that in the House, we go after the monies that we are sure. You never enter into a battle you're not sure you're going to win. Is that true, Honorable Member for the Fourth? Exactly. So, Mr. Speaker, I lend support to it. I lend support to if we're going to go after this, we will best be sure what we're doing and have a very, very, very calculated risk as to how this will be done, because the cost of going after this money will be borne from this fund, so to speak. But I think that whatever is netted out, that the Social Services Department especially be made fully benefit this, because it is coming from the very same areas, whether it's drug addiction, alcohol addiction, whether it's a number of other ills that we have to look in terms of making sure we make proper provision for our people. So with that, I give full support to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution. Seeing no one, I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't pledge to be brief, long, or short, but I'm going to fall somewhere in the middle of all. Mr. Speaker, I rise to to support this bill and the amendment to it. Because I believe some of the ambiguities that existed, and especially, Mr. Speaker, coming out of, I believe it was the Standing Finance Committee of earlier in this year, or last year, I think it was last year. We heard difference of opinions, of interpretations, and some definitively stating where funds were going. And we all, after listening to those thoughts and opinions, learn after, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes you hear one thing, and we did a little bit of digging and found out that what was said wasn't so. That a lot of this funding from asset seizures were supposed to be placed one place, and it was placed another place, and so I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, that there is now and will be no uncertainty, but absolute clarity in terms of what is supposed to happen when assets are seized from whatever actions or results of actions by the agencies responsible for the enforcement, not just law enforcement, but the regulators as well. So, Mr. Speaker, you have no issue with me there. I also would like to push the envelope, Mr. Speaker, because having now stood in this honorable house now, as I said earlier today, 5 years on this exact day in 2015, what I realize is there is absolutely, my good friend, you always have a plate. Anyway, there is absolutely no, and I mean no, shortage of laws on the books, Mr. Speaker, in this territory. There is absolutely not a shortage of laws in the territory. What we continually have is a problem with the enforcement of the laws. And Mr. Speaker, when I came in 2015 being elected, I heard the talk, and it was, I think, one of the first informal meetings that I sat in. Both government at the time and opposition were having the discussion as it relates to the reforming of the laws that are on the books and bringing up to date some of the laws that have been outdated. I know 2015 this AG was here, but I know that conversation started long before the current AG, Aziz, even before I got into politics, Mr. Speaker, and I believe this is a start once again to start the process or go through the process of reforming and updating the laws so that it is applicable to the needs that exist now for the building of the institutions and building of this territory. And I believe, Honorable Premier, that we need to continue to do just this so that we don't have to always come back and say this law needs to be amended and that law needs to be amended. But as we go towards the constitutional review, we need to ensure that our laws that we have on the books as lawmakers and for leaders in this territory, that they are up to date, because the AG, sometimes when I ask him the question, he will say this one was 1979 and hasn't been amended since, in 1986 and 83 and 84 and all those 80s, Mr. Speaker. We are now in 2020, and I believe as a part of the preparation for the constitutional review, as a part of us looking to continue, Mr. Speaker, to put the law and the responsibilities for our ruling and running of our territory in our favor, we need to ensure again that we continue to do our part and do our work, so that when the constitutional review comes, the laws that support or go along and substantiate the Constitution or help the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, are as much as possible updated and reflect as much as possible the current circumstances and situations that we are facing. Mr. Speaker, I heard the categories mentioned, and I see them listed of what is supposed to be, Mr. Speaker, where this new monies will be broken down into. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a difference of opinion, and I'm going to state it here. I thought the Minister for Natural Resources and my good friend from the 9th District was going to go there, but I am going there on his behalf, and I know he would rise, if he could, to second this motion. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is high time that while we continue to find the things that are easy to call, Mr. Speaker, you call education, you call social services, you call sports and development, and even the law enforcement agencies, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it's high time that we start to put some money in the Sister Islands development. Because continuing, Mr. Speaker, in this vein of having monies go specifically under a ministry and under a minister, and it's lumped into one fund. Mr. Speaker, the Sister Islands, and the one I represent in particular, I saw a post yesterday, Mr. Speaker, about neglect, long neglect on the island of Jos Van Dyke. But I'll get there, Mr. Speaker, in due time. I don't want to go off course, because I know you will bring me back navigation towards the part we're on. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Sister Islands, we need to pay attention to the development of Sister Islands outside of the normal operation budget. And those things, Mr. Speaker, could be broken down into those categories. But in the absence of any funding specific to the Sister Islands, Mr. Speaker, we continue to, because when we see the laws, even that we look at some of the laws that we're passing and have passed, Mr. Speaker, the majority of it deals with Tatola Force. You always start Tatola Force, and rightfully so, because this is where the capital is, this is where the majority of the people are. But when you look at, Mr. Speaker, the outer islands, the Sister Islands of Anegada, Virgin Gorda, and Just Van Dyke, and some of the other inhabited islands, each of those individuals and residents in those islands have to pay, whether $50 from Anegada, $30 from Virgin Gorda, $30 from Just Van Dyke, to come here to do business. And, Mr. Speaker, that's something that I think needs to be addressed. And we need to put a fund in place that puts the residents and the persons from these sister islands on the same playing field. Because here's the key. And here's the kicker, Mr. Speaker. I may only work as a bartender, as a waiter or waitress. But when my bills are due, Mr. Speaker, I got to spend $30 on the ferry to come from Just Van Dyke to attend a meeting for education, or to attend a meeting, or to pay my electricity bill, or to pay this bill or the other bill, Mr. Speaker. The same thing from Anegada and Virgin Gorda. Mr. Speaker, these are issues that we continue to hear. I know the at-large representatives, because they are all their representatives as well, hear these cries, Mr. Speaker. So I am pushing for, agitating for, and I will continue to do so when we go in committee, to find some way, Mr. Speaker, that we develop a sister island development fund, whether it's for education, whether it's for infrastructure, whatever the case may be, Mr. Speaker. It needs to be developed so that we can continue to not say, first it was the outer islands, now it's the sister islands. Mr. Speaker, they are all made up and make up part of the Virgin Islands. And I believe the people should not feel any different. So that's my first push, Mr. Speaker. The second one is, when talking about laws, this has been, as the leader of opposition usually says, my swan song. I just sing this off key and on a whole scale, the whole musical scale. Mr. Speaker, I have been crying for the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps since I've come into this honorable house. And I ain't gonna stop. I hope you get that. Ain't gonna stop. That's what I say. I am not going to stop. I will not stop, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because, and I hope and I pray that this one tickles and pinches the financial finger of the Premier. Because it was in 2005 when the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps was enacted as a body. Then shortly thereafter came the policies and laws, the Young Persons and Juvenile Act, and all the laws that support it. But Mr. Speaker, from 2005 to now, Mr. Speaker, since that body has been enacted, since you have seen the successes of young persons who have gone off to be pilots and gone off to be chefs and gone off to be business owners, and even some who have gone off to be law enforcement officers, whether in customs, in the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, here and abroad. The success story is there, Mr. Speaker. They still don't have a home. They don't belong to nobody. They're not under education. They're not under the Premier's office. They're not under the police. They're not under the governor's office. They're just there, Mr. Speaker. From 2015, I've been saying the same thing. And I told the AG, AG, we're going to fix this thing before you leave, Careful with that cough, sir. We're not out of the woods yet. Mr. Speaker, I sat as the chairman of the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps. Help him, Minister for Health and Education. I sat as the chairman for the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps. And I said it, Mr. Speaker, either 2 or 3 sittings ago, maybe longer. I think it was in February I said it. Mr. Speaker, I am still listed as the chairman of the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps. How? When this body enacted into law is supposed to be taking care of and looking out for the continued development, discipline, and training of young men and women in this territory, that we just have them float in. There's no Queen's Parade, so we ain't had nothing to march for. Or when you have a funeral, you have them there. Or Territory Day, they come in, walk with the flag. But Mr. Speaker, this body is so important. When you look at other regional territories that have cadets, you look at the training that they have. Some of them have, I remember taking a trip to Barbados, and they have 5 different categories of cadet, including aviation, Mr. Speaker, including the sailors, the sea cadets, including the culinary. And Mr. Speaker, this body, I begged for the funding, I think it was in 2016, or I started begging in 2015. In 2016, we were able to get $50,000, of which they only gave us 25. And then 2017, at the end of 2017, I begged again, and we were able to get $50,000 for the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps. But Mr. Speaker, we keep talking about youth and young people. This thing has a proven track record. A proven track record to not only shape and do all the disciplinary things that I spoke about, but it is also proven, Mr. Speaker, to turn around the lives of young persons in this territory. When I sat, Mr. Speaker, as the assessor to the youth courts in this territory from 2007, I think it was, to 2014 and a half, when I decided to run for politics. Mr. Speaker, I saw referring persons, young persons who had gotten in trouble with the law, who have gone off track, who had made mistakes, Mr. Speaker. All of us in this room, when we were young, if the law was as stiff as it was right now, all of us would had a record. Because I know all of us are guilty. All of us are guilty of making a mistake or making a foul up, Mr. Speaker. But I've sat in that youth court day in and day out, recommending persons to the Cadet Corps. To see some of them, Mr. Speaker, come out top in the class, to be able to travel and represent the territory, Mr. Speaker, we have yet to fund that body and make it a staple in this territory. When you look at the leaders around the Caribbean, around the world, Mr. Speaker, you realize, you ask about their resume, you look at their CVs, you will see a lot of them came out of the cadet. We have something. Yes, they are the YEPs. Yes, they are the Lionhearts, which I was a part of, and the MAIL and the other groups that are there, Mr. Speaker. But we have to put the money someplace other than this general fund. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take the government words. Let it, bam, hit the target. Don't just put it in education and it get lost. Let it hit the target, Mr. Speaker. And this is a proven target. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be begging for those 2 specific areas. For the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps, which, by the way, the Premier will correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not there. In order for the Cadet Corps to function effectively, it is governed by the Council, the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps Council. And Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps Council is made up by the members of the National Security Council. And unless the Premier and/or Minister of Health, if he still sits there, and/or Minister of Education, if he still sits there, will correct me if I'm wrong, NSC. That body, Mr. Speaker, has not met since 2014. I want us to hear and understand what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. We went as far. And the Premier at the time was, I believe, the Minister of Education. All right, Premier? 2005. That wasn't you. Okay. But 2005, this thing was enacted, but I know you took up the charge to push it. Yeah. But 2007, sorry, 2007. But Mr. Speaker, from then to now, and we say the youth are our future, and we say how important the youth are, or the youth them is. No, I want to say it so the youth them may understand. My good member for the fourth is corrected because he's an English teacher as well as a good deacon. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not taking it lightly at all. Because we can't keep saying how important the young people are, and we're not paying attention to the simple thing. It's just a meeting to have, Mr. Speaker. It's just a follow-through of meetings that I've had with the then Permanent Secretary of Education and that body to determine the direction. Give the body a home. If you're going to put it on education, put it on education. But now we expect to continue to develop programs. That's what we do well, Mr. Speaker. We do a lot of programs. Everything is a program, and then you have the big opening, you have your cameras, you have your pictures, and then drop. So, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that this asset seizure, that the categories that fall there under, we would take a closer look at these two items that I've mentioned, the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps and a Sister Island Development Fund, as two additional categories that we could get some funding to. I see education is fat with 20%. So we could take a little 5% there off of that. And the social development have another 20%. We had a dash, but he claimed the 20%, take another 5% off of that. 5 and 5 is 10. Well, I take in. You add and take. You give and take. That's just how it works. Mr. Speaker, I am deadly serious, however, that while we talk about funding and additional funding, and while we are in fact making the amendments, I don't want to lose the fact that the amendments are being made. But I want us to redirect, Mr. Speaker, our focus and let it be effective. Mr. Speaker, because it would be something to see over the years, without funding, without even a proper home, that when the cadets leave this territory and go abroad, they compete at the top. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that if we pay the attention, just as we've been ignoring sports and athletics for a long time, until there was the Kyron McMaster and the Chantel Malones. When that wave happened, then we jump on behind it. But Mr. Speaker, it's about, as the member for the 9th and I believe the member for the 4th said before me, It's about the institutional building. But the best way to build an institution, Mr. Speaker, is to build it with the future, with the young people in mind. And if you set a pace for them, Mr. Speaker, where they know that they have an avenue to excel in, that's already been proven, but you set it in place, I believe we will be amazed to see the outcome. So, Mr. Speaker, I again rise to support this bill, but I will only ask and beg that those two items, Mr. Speaker, be looked at so that we can continue to build on this institution and on the development of the territory. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution. At this time, I call upon the mover of the motion to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was a fruitful debate. And with the challenges of COVID-19 and the revenues that government would have lost being shut down for almost 2 months, you could say, when you add it all up. One of the areas that government have to do is to reassess its spending. So I don't want to fool young, middle-aged, or old for a little while till we see our way clear before we end up into deficit spending. And I don't want that to be under my watch. I want to make that clear because that is an exercise we're going through until things pick back up very heavily. An exercise that we come into this honorable house. So we have to make sure that we be very mindful how we spend, because we have to make sure that we secure the jobs and we secure also the running of the territory without stopping preparing for the future. Now, why did I go in that direction to end off the debate? As we move forward, one of the areas when we had money more plentiful, of course, didn't happen to be the premier at that time, but we had plenty of resources before COVID-19 and everything. And one of the things that I realized, and I keep us singing for quite a while, is let us target some of that money to specific purposes and get them done. So while we're pulling back, we also have to target money to specific capital and social and other entities. So although we're cutting back, by the time we come out of COVID-19, we're supposed to still be in front. For example, we have the grant that's going towards the Eastern Langloke sewage. If we just take that money, put it in the consolidated fund, it'll disappear. And before you know it, all we do is pay bills and then don't have anything to show for the money. And any money that we are getting, for the most part, whether in grants or what, and I'm asked what to do with it, I tell them, target the funds to a specific expenditure or project you want to see in government. So we could make sure that when we're finished with COVID-19, whatever that is, or as time passes, we'll be ahead. That has been the failure of the government of the Virgin Islands for the past years. And while I hear the championing of the cause for Sister Islands, and I'm with it, I was in opposition so long that my district was almost a Sister Island, how they feel. Now, right there in Tatola. What I recognize is that when you're leading, you have to be fair. Totally fair. Because with that now, once you're totally fair with your leadership, every single place in the territory will get what is theirs. I want to show you what I mean. The Minister of Education would have answered, and we still have a donor who is willing to build the Jasmine X Primary School. It's just a matter now of getting the site. And when I spoke to the agent of the person, they told me, yes, it's just COVID-19 and one or two other areas that give them a little drawback, but they're coming. The minister have the designs. It's just a matter of the adjustments. So that's coming for Johnson Dykes. We also see that the Minister of Transportation, they're working with the road issues and also the water issues that have plagued Johnson Dykes for a little while. But still plenty to do because there was a lot of neglect on our sister islands for years. It ain't just that. And we're not continuing it. Even if you go to say Virgin Gorda right now as it is, because I need to tackle some of these issues. Virgin Gorda right now, the first thing we went and do is make sure that the Flax Administration building in the Valley Virgin Gorda now is being repaired from the hurricane that's in 2017. That's been now done in 2020. In the next 12 months or so, that'll be repaired. That was waiting for a long time. You have the John Emmanuel George Administration building in North Song. That's been repaired. Then you have the Jeffrey Keynes basketball arena. That's being repaired. And then you have the Brigada Flax Educational Center. That's being repaired. That's 4 major things that wasn't going to be doing. And we even, and gather there are some areas now we're looking at with the recreational area that soon will be looked at. We're trying to make sure that we are fair to every single island, but also start to look about the districts that make up Tortola. Because at the end of the day, you have some of them definitely were overlooked. I agree with the member. I'm the one who started the cadet corps, and I remember when we worked hard on that cadet corps. You know what, don't start good. Usually can't end good, but sometimes you have to ignore it and make sure it ends well. And I remember after working so hard with the cadet corps and getting all the member in the second wasn't elected then, and he was as one of the we call NGOs or working with me along with me, and we brought that cadet corps to prominence. And when it reached the brink of being launched, they took me straight, threw me straight through the door. Next thing I heard, NSC, and this one and that one, and everybody took it over. And from the time that happened, it just started well, and then that was it, it faded out. But now that you're premier, we could put in here, because that's part of teaching personnel law enforcement, we guided by the AG. We put some little percentage there, because that's a very serious training ground for our youngsters. And I helped started it, so I know. We worked on that, and I remember Ms. Louis worked on putting a lot of work in that for us. I remember when it started, and when it was being worked on, and at the time they were saying it was before its time, I know, because there was a lot of criticism getting that cadet corps going. Where are we going? We're going to train them, to turn them into soldiers. I remember that there so well. You know, I was never the premier until now, but nearly every project that I touched over the years were controversial, and when they came into fruition, you know, somehow I was thrown in the backlight. But I was younger in politics then, and I used to buckle to the noise. But not now. Not now at all. We're going in one direction, forward. So when we look at the Flax Administration building in Virgin Gorda, the John Emmanuel George Administration building North Song, Jeffrey Keynes basketball arena, the Brigada Flax Educational Center, all those in Virgin Gorda. Now I know the concern in the Virgin Gordians that it isn't somebody from Virgin Gorda doing the project, because the RDA is working on 3 of them, and all of them are dealing with tendering, and you're dealing with the CDB funds. So it's hard to guarantee that any district, that person in the district would get it. But what we have done is at least make sure someone of our people at the Virgin Islands get it, because we increased the threshold for what they could have bid, and we put those projects as priority. So they're able to get through with what they need. So, but one of the areas we have to do is continue to improve our systems. And while we get ready for inspection, whether they are anti-money laundering and all the different inspections and assessments that are coming up, what I notice is that the more they try to team up, probably to make sure that we get other financial services, because if you make $10 they want you to put so many things in place that cost $20, that the $10 gone. So sometimes you wonder, if, what is this about? So now here, this is one of the areas that should have been done now, a while now, but we decided to move forward with it and put the whole forfeiture and seizure under this committee where the Minister of Finance would have a basic role to play, but the committee will be in charge. And then they will be able to disburse the monies accordingly. One of the areas we want to make sure that it's crystal clear, though, that the Minister of Health said is a very heavy point is in there, but I want to make sure it's expounded upon, is to make sure that whatever fees were incurred trying to get this money is taken out. And not just the money go into the committee and that's shared and the fees come back to central government. That part we want to make sure is clear. I mean, it looks like it's okay in there, but when the Minister of Health said it, he called me to go back and take a second look. Because that there we want to make sure is not explicit. And not, it seems that way, but I know my good Lord and friend, the AG, will make sure that we narrow it down, that it will be clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that before they can dish out any money, they have to pay for whatever legal bills or whoever they had to hire and wherever the case may be. It seems to be in there, but we want to make sure it's explicit. So with that, now we have many sectors there to put the money in that we feel is more than fair, from the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force to the Financial Investigation Agency, Customs, the legal and court sector, the education section, the health services, the Asset Seizure and Management Committee, that's 10%. And if you notice, though, all of these things, if you notice them, were part of our legislative agenda. So when people see this administration moving, it's not difficult to see where we're going, you know. Very easy. Just take up the speech from the throne with the legislative agenda and just keep checking. Down the road we're coming. We have so much legislation that sometime when the AG see me run go because he said, Lord, mercy, Premier, you're coming again with more work. Legislative agenda. Down the road we're going. Because the only way to open some of these industries in this territory is to open them through legislation so that we can break the yoke of that status quo that had existed and allow for a diaspora of events to take place inside of the economy so that we can grow. And we want to make sure that when we do these things, that we help our different agencies to grow stronger and stronger, but not to increase the recurrent unnecessarily. Because it seemed to me that the only way persons can fix things in all these organizations and government is to bring in more people. But the quantity of people is not what we want. The quality of people is what we want. Because the philosophy of the public service almost anywhere and here is no different, and we must change that, is that if we have a problem, don't discipline them, don't deal with them at all, put them on the side or transfer them and write in for a new post, and then let's advertise that and have it filled. And I've been telling them as Minister of Finance, not at all. Because sometimes I get confused because persons are asking for more posts, and the same people who are asking for more posts are the ones telling you to control your expenditure. That's a paradox. So with that in mind, we have done what we see here as a legislation of substance to help us that when assets are seized and forfeitures are done, and the court has already named them in terms of that they have gone through the legal channels and have been pronounced as government can now move in, that there will be no discrepancy. There will be no more discussions or have to write the AG where this money should go. And every minute, look, a memo coming to the Minister of Finance and there's an argument over where the money should go. And this agency saying, well, I seized it, so it should all go to us. And This one trying to write legislation so that they could increase how much of it they could have. I have never seen more yet in my life. So with it now, I don't blame some of them. They're trying to see if they could get a hand on it. But this, when it comes, it belongs to one big pool. And now you know for sure what is yours. And the minister, the representative for the food said, well, I don't want this to be an incentive to go rogue and just go out and decide, well, all right, let me just try to see what I could see so we could get more money to do certain things. If there's something to go at, well, then so be it. And this brings me back to my last point, even when we were doing the gaming. If you seize from illegal activities, because that's where you seize from, right, AG? Anything that seized here are illegal. It's illegal until government puts its hand on it, then illegal. And that's why I can't. That's why I asking people, is money bad? Is the source of where money comes from bad? Is money bad? Because if you seize it and you get a bus of $10 million, it's known as illegal money, illegal $10 million. But from the time the court pronounced well, all right, it has been seized, is officially government-owned, then it becomes clean. And what our government do is put systems in place to collect what is theirs. For whether the gaming or whatever the case may be, it's the same thing. Liquor license is the same thing. Just a system in place so that when it's pronounced clean, that is the government's own. And how we're going to distribute it is clear. And we have to be responsible with these distribution that they hit the target. And that's what this government is doing, making sure it hit the target. So when it goes to education, it don't get lost into all kind of frivolous things. It hits the target with building modern buildings or taking care of technology in schools. It hits its target, whether it be Anegada, Johnson Likes, whoever the need may be. And that's what, every time we bring a bill, we're trying to do that. That's what we did with the money services. We brought it and we put it to hit its target. And by the way, I know some people get a little annoyed with this, but when you hit its target, when you hit the target, then you will know for sure that the money won't be lost. The end of June, we were back up to $984,226.73 in the money services. Again, when you take the 7% out of that, and you put those 5 categories, that 20% each out of that money you take, we're going to hit our target. And long after we are gone, years after, many years after, but even while we're here, we know for sure that when you divide up that money for money services with the 7%, that 20% goes into the senior citizen to build a home. We have some elected officials here, they don't know what's 60. I have to get a home for them in case. Let me get the money. Because you don't want nobody knocking you all about, and we might get there too. What you want to do, sit down here for years and don't put any money towards it, and then when the time comes to retire, say, I shall listen to that buy 500 cents? No. So that 20% going into it, by the time the year done is over 300,000, the rate we're going by December 31st, that could put in towards $1 billion of it. At least we could get the drawings. Or modify the drawings, because I had so much drawings for that whole. It moved so many times, it never built yet, but it moved a couple times from Spooner to Tongue back to Spooner. But we make some decision this time. It won't move again. It won't move and move. It will move, or if it has to, but it will be built. But 20% going to that, 20% going to the fishing industry. We got to look at that more and more, especially as COVID-19 continue. 20% going into improving the agriculture industry. 20% going to first-time home and land ownership. Since I'm here, sitting down here today, I've had 5 WhatsApp from young people want to know how they could go about to afford lands, or if they have lands, how they could go about affording their first home because of concerns with how they meeting with some financial institutions. This is what these programs are about, to help the young people, help us all. Even some of them older in government don't own a piece of land yet. But 20% of the money services going towards that, 20% going towards the scholarships in needed areas so that we could build this territory. So even when we cut back on expenditure in government, certain things will be targeted with funds that are coming from different grants and different funds, all different places. We have the Resilience Fund that we have started. Yes, it's separate from government, but persons in the United States can also send the tax write-off down to the BVI and ask for it to be targeted to projects. We launched that here someday. Mr. Mead Malone is one of the directors and the president. And you have Dr. Henry Jarecki, who has helped us so much, and other persons on it, Mr. Najan Christopher and others. They could send to that, and I open up the floor to them to send the first $5 million down, the tax write-off, put it towards the sewage project East End Long Look, put it towards something else. And we're going to have incentives for persons to invest in the BVI and even our own people to invest. We have legislation coming. We have things coming. We're talking that a lot that we want to get the economy jumping. We want to see who jump with some of the legislation are coming. Because forward we're going. And we can't do the old things that has failed us to get new results. So we're going to see, because we have to get things jumping. For sure, we have to look about how we're going to expand our airport. Because one of the numbers that I've seen even before COVID-19 has been falling off. And if it continues, they have to make a harsh decision with what we have. So we have to expand it. Then we're going to talk about, we already been a statement here on how we're going to have discussions with it and how it's going to be the best way, but it won't be paralysis through analysis. And when we get that, we get bigger hotels, and we get more rooms, because even if COVID-19 is still around, we have to learn to live with it, and we're making some plans to strike out by the end of August, September, that when we come forward with those, it will be one of forward thinking throughout the whole region, but we're sharing it with the region. And I said some of it yesterday, so that we can open this as much as you can while living with COVID-19 and being as cautious as you can. New innovative ideas coming here. I know that there are those who are jumping up on this government and trying to force us out before time. I don't get them to stars. I ain't this thing too long. You don't get them to stars. One thing I learned about when you're pregnant with an idea, never push before time, or it come up premature. So I don't let the lies make me push before time. And when we bring it in here, remember for the fourth, I want you right here, because you're not going to hold your head. And you're going to say, what innovative thinking. And when you're done, I want you to go back out in the courtyard this time, but this time you're going to be singing good news. Good news. Because that's the innovative thinking. And we want to make sure when we sit here together, let's agree on the percentages. This is a government, we involve the opposition all the time. Let's make sure that we get the percentages. Give us your suggestions. We'll incorporate them so that when assets are seized, and now that we're going after persons, but when it do happen, when it does happen, that we know where the money is going and what is going for and exactly what it will be spent on, so that no questions will be asked and it will be properly policed. I'm glad to know that my government has supported us in this endeavor to get this bill here, and I thank the Attorney General's office. Mr. Speaker, I look forward now to go through this clause by clause with this revolutionary way of going about this, Mr. Speaker. You know why I like this in closing? We have come and we met a lot of things that have been argued on for a long time. You see this? The Minister of Health said it correctly. This has been argued upon for years. And nobody has had the, yes, nobody has had the gumption to function. I don't want to say that anymore. Nobody has had the gumption to function, to go bring something like this. Because when you start to write these things, every agency starts to jump up. No, I should get more. This one should get more. And then you look at DIE right there. So sometimes you have to write it and don't tell them till when you're done. And then when you're done, ask them, how this look? Add in here or take away. But if you leave it for the system to get some of these things done, you'll never move anywhere. And that's why we're here to solve those problems of the past that continue to plague us. So when this is passed today, it won't be no ambiguity what belongs to the police in a seizure, what belongs to customs. Those things are right now feud. That shouldn't be. What belongs to financial investigations agency, it doesn't matter who frees it or who does what. Everyone will have a piece of the pie to build the institutions. And what will belong to education, what belong to health, what belong to other areas, that is what we're going to do here tonight. So that when this is assented to and people here that we see is another a pack of $45 million, they won't have to be wondering, I wonder how government will spend that money, it's just going to disappear. No, all they have to do is ask for their copy of the Asset Seizure, the Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 and open up and see what the percentages are and say, aha, it is clear. I know where the money going towards for the first time in our life. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move as this is another legendary piece of legislation that we'll pass tonight and another legendary piece of action that will happen. This is as good as a traffic turnaround, as good as a trade commission, as good as consumer protection, as good as the L-shaped building, as good as the CDB negotiations so we could use the money, as good as the RDA plans that we have redone in the steering committee, in the borrowing committee. It is as good as renegotiating the ratios. It's as good as how we help the COVID-19. It's as good as all those tough things. And I'll stop there for now. But I want to thank God for giving us the strength to do it, because it takes a lot to do all these legislation and keep coming in here to do things up front to make lives better. We're not going to get everything correct, but we're not going to leave everything wrong. We're going to fix some things. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Premier for his wrap-up. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly, this bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is now in committee. The Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 has went through the committee stages where it was considered clause by clause. Therefore, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Premier, to report.
I want to really thank all the members on both sides of the aisles, both sides of the aisle, for their input. We were able to really do justice like we always do to the bills. And I thank the opposition members and my government members, and also all. This is what true BVI love is about. So I thank them. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to happily report, that the bill entitled Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020 be now read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed as amended. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, real quick, I'd like to make an amendment on the order paper to item 4, presentation of papers. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to add on to the presentation of papers to add on number 8, Roman numeral 8, VIIII, 3 I's, number 8. And Mr. Speaker, to add on the order paper, the statutory instrument 2020, number 71. And once it's ordered on the paper and this motion is carried, Mr. Speaker, then I'll rise to just lay it on the table.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded to renumber the order of the day to add a statutory instrument. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so renumbered.
1, Curfew Act 2017, number 20 of 2017, imposition of a curfew number 22, order 2020. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. In keeping with the Curfew Act, the floor is now open for debate on the statutory instrument number 22. Hearing none, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, 2 private members' business. Item number 8, other business.
Having seen no indication of members wishing to engage in private members' business or other business, I call upon the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn Sunday. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that the 9th sitting of the 2nd session of the 4th House of Assembly adjourn sine die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? This House is now adjourned sine die.